Hello out there, and welcome back to Table Talk, Discussion, and Discourse. I, as always, am your host, Alejo, aka Great on 95.
Coming back at you again over the waves of the internet. It's me, your secondary host, Aiden, aka ItsSneakyAdolf.
And it's me, Kono Buddha. No, sorry.
Oh,
Whoa!
God.
I'm sorry.
Oh, God.
He's
I'm
done
sorry.
it. He's
It's
made me
me.
krang.
Yep.
Ah!
I have made you cringe.
Ugh.
All right.
You'll find it's pronounced Crinye.
Yeah. Yeah, so welcome back.
Yep.
We have unfortunately had to change the setup of the faces, and so everything is inaccurate as far as the title cards and everything goes now, because now Aiden's on my right and Boo is on my left, and I'm stuck in the middle here, which is strange. But you know, it's all Discord's fault, so nothing we can do about that.
Sort of low quality production is this? What have you roped me into? Beguiled me.
Indeed. So apologies for no more circles. I really wish. I mean, there are still circles, but they're inside of squares, and the squares are weird, and I hate them.
Yeah.
We all
I mean,
hate them.
squares are objectively superior to circles anyway, so...
Yes, but the circles were nice. They were aesthetically pleasing to be just circles. So, yeah. Before we go too much further, gotta do a quick reminder that this podcast can be found on YouTube, Fridays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time first, and then later on Mondays at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on the major podcasting services, whatever you desire to listen to. Also, thanks to super cool fan. Hey,
yes, hello.
You made a comment. Ricto.
Should we do like a giveaway or something?
Ricto.
Buy him a Steam key.
No. No, that's
First
okay.
comment gets a Steam key. Alejo said so.
Didn't. Nope.
You said it outside the podcast.
Ooh,
There's no way you can prove that you didn't.
Promises now.
It's true. I can't prove it, but also But yes, thank you so much for letting us know that you listen and that you appreciate it, and we appreciate you.
Yes.
Super.
Your name is very similar to a Call of Duty character.
Richtofen?
Yeah, Dr. Richtofen.
I don't know.
Oh,
yeah, he's a German dude.
Oh, okay. I'm
I
not
suppose
familiar with the names.
You being the Führer himself, you would know.
It's true, yeah.
Sorry, can't hear you over the sounds of beautiful Argentina.
So, yeah. Let's, I guess, begin here. We are going to be covering a couple of videos from Dawnforge cast today. That involve
and unfortunately,
cantrips.
It's not the Acumen videos.
No, it's not the Acumen videos. These are serious videos because I'm actually quite interested to hear these arguments. The first one is what is this? Oh, thank you for the context. Appreciate it. World at War and Black Ops.
He's a mean
zombie. That's why.
Yeah,
okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
But regardless, thank you for watching our podcast.
Yes, thank you. Or listening devotedly, you know.
he's a devoted fan. He would watch our podcast.
It's true.
And then listen to it.
and listen to
and
buy our
same
merch.
Time. We don't have
and
merch
buy products from our sponsor for this week, Raycon earbuds. Starting at half the cost of regular Bluetooth earbuds.
It's an early. So those are. I am actually really tempted to buy those because I see them all the time.
Well, you fucking sellout.
I know, right?
I will personally throw in my 2 cents worth. I have what are called JLab JBuds Air, and they are half the price of Raycons. So
Yeah, I have a like an on brand Bluetooth headset.
ooh,
Yeah, but it's really well, like it works really well. Like
oh,
it is like $10 and it works surprisingly well.
how atypical of any on product aside from cable.
Dude, honestly, the on stuff that I've gotten so far, because like on wasn't the brand that was the generic brand, I guess. It wasn't the
Mhm.
one for that I saw for a long time, and now that I see it around, I didn't realize it was a generic-ish brand, but it's been
Mhm.
pretty solid. I have it as my connection for my third monitor. I needed a DVI to HDMI uh connector.
Oh yeah, converters and like cables and stuff like that are fine.
Mhm.
Yeah.
I'm referring to, I think it was a pair of earbuds I had with them where I'm like, I swear to God, those things were a day out from catching fire.
Oh,
Mm.
weird.
D&D podcast.
Yeah.
Hey man, we go off
I
topic.
know.
It's fine.
I know.
But yes.
Come view our other podcast, Table Tech, a tech review podcast.
Coming soon to nowhere.
Yeah, exactly. To your imagination. But yes, so we're going to be looking at first off, arguments against the best cantrip and for the worst cantrip from Dawnforge Cast. This
Now,
is for 5e.
Hopefully, it's actually a really bad and really good cantrip.
Well, okay, so the worst cantrip that I also find to be objectively the worst cantrip is True Strike.
Mhm,
Yes.
this is true.
And I believe that is the one that he covers in the worst cantrip video.
Okay, good.
Which he's making an argument for it, which I'm very interested to see.
Mhm.
But I don't know what the best cantrip like consensus is.
Eldritch Blast.
It's
Yeah.
pretty good.
Either that or like prestidigitation.
Prestidigitation.
Yeah. So
Bending.
yeah, mending's also great, dude. The wording of mending, oh my god, it's
Yeah.
fucking
Yeah, it's so hyper specific because
Well,
players
no. Like the wording is too vague in
Nah,
a sense
dude,
because like so basically all the stuff is like it's like, hey man, would you like to repair anything that you've broken that's like in a
Yeah.
5-foot space, basically?
Yeah, right?
Hey man, use the mending cantrip. And how does it get broken? How does it work if the thing has been burned a bit?
This spell repairs a single break or tear in an object you touch, such as a broken chain link, 2 halves of a broken key, a torn cloak, or a leaking wineskin. As long as the break or tear is no longer than 1 foot in any dimension, you mend it, leaving no trace of the former damage.
Yep.
The spell can physically repair a magic item or construct.
Yep.
The spell can't restore magic to such an object. I did not know about the construct part.
Yeah. The thing about it is, if you rip a piece of cloth and then like if you have torn a piece of cloth, you don't have all of the materials present, right? Like some of that is lost, so it
Yes.
just
Makes new
regrows it.
stuff.
Yep.
Yeah.
So you could make an infinite amount of something.
So you're telling me take a rag,
Mhm.
cut it in half and cut out a section.
Mhm.
Mend it so you have a new one.
Mhm.
Cut out the part that was just magically grown, set it off to the side, and then take all of those little bits and patches and make it like a quilt.
Yeah, you could do that. You could. It says a chain is broken as well. Like if you split a chain, like a chain link, and you lose some of it, I mean, I personally would rule it, of course, that you need to have things there. You need to have all of the materials there, and it
Like
only
equivalent
works.
exchange type thing.
Exactly. It's
Where you need to have more scrap iron.
The other thing that I usually rule is if it's not all there, then it will take parts of like the already existing thing. So like you have a torn dress and you can't find the bit that was torn off. It'll make the dress a little shorter, or like the sleeves a little shorter, right? But it'll mend it, right? That's how I rule it, so that shit doesn't happen, because fuck me. My players were looking at mending and they were like, my drow specifically, she was like, he looked at it, he was like, So you're telling me if I have this spider silk like clothing that I can't get anywhere else, and I just cast mending on it whenever it's broken, it's just gonna keep giving me spider silk. So I don't have to go back down to get more spider silk. And I'm like, ooh, wait a minute. Like, spider silk's not a thing up here, and you could sell that, and that would be really bad. Ooh,
So,
no.
Alejo, do you mean to tell me
Yeah.
if I have a piece of toast
Mhm.
and I butter it, and I take my butter knife and I scrape away half of the butter, and then I cast mending, does that mean that the butter on
No.
one half of the bread will like cover the rest, but it'll
No.
be sort of thin,
Because
like
it's not
butter
broken. It's
scraped
just
across
bread.
too much bread?
It's too much bread. No,
That's like
no, I
saying
wouldn't.
if I pour out half of my glass of water and then cast mending on it, do I get the other half
Yeah.
back?
No,
So
well,
mending,
is
yeah,
is
again.
the glass half full or half empty? It depends on your wizarding school. Are you transmutation?
Again, like it's only for items, so I consider that the well. So again, it's too vague. I hate it.
Yep.
It can be abused, but I don't think mending works for something like butter because that is like.
I know, I
Food,
know, I
right?
know. It was an attempt
No,
at a
I
meme.
know, I understand, and I appreciate it, but I will sandbag it more.
That's fine. I would expect nothing less of you.
Sick.
Mm. All right, let's fucking watch this video.
Yeah, so let us start with a critique of the best cantrip in D&D.
That's some sick ass art.
I'm very curious. I don't know what the art is. It's a black screen for me.
Oh,
It's like a lick.
Ah, cool.
No other
like
cantrip
minotaur
sees as much
horns.
use in combat. No other cantrip is
It's
as
Eldritch Blast!
supported by other abilities in the game, and few other cantrips, if any, are as effective as Eldritch Blast. In this video, we'll be discussing why this cantrip is so good mechanically, but also why it is incredibly terrible for the game, and we'll be offering some ways to fix the problem it causes by being so effective.
That's interesting. Okay, so on the first, just thoughts of like, how is it bad for the game? Because I don't understand that, right?
Yeah.
I have an example of how it's bad for the game.
Okay.
Say the words, Warlock.
Well,
I cast Eldritch Blast.
so
Yeah, that is.
well,
Yeah.
so I mean, I guess, right? But at the same time, that's just kind of it is the warlock's thing. It's their it's their tool of their trade, right?
Mhm.
They're it's such a specialized thing for them.
Yeah.
I would say I have sort of like two little mini thoughts about Eldritch Blast. And all I've done is I've like thought these thoughts. I've not like really spent the time to like develop them with
Sure.
reasoning and such like. Um,
Now's the
but
time.
I play Warlock a lot. It's
Yeah.
one of my favorite classes, if not
Same.
my most favorite class.
Same.
Um, and I remember thinking like, what with playing Warlock from campaign to campaign to campaign to campaign, is thinking to myself, boy oh boy, it'd be real cool if I had other spells or spell-like abilities I could use other than Eldritch Blast without having a little mini panic attack at the thought of firing off one of my actual spells because I only have like 2 spell slots.
Well,
It's true.
So
And I do realize that's what invocations are
Okay.
for.
Yep.
But ultimately you do start to crave a little bit of variance in your playstyle.
Yeah.
And I've also had times when there are characters I'm making, and I'm like, ooh, I could make him a sorcerer because that'd be really cool, or maybe I could make him a wizard. And then, like, I see that sexy D10 cantrip sitting in the corner, like, looking at me, and it winks. And I go, ooh, Warlock it is, boys.
So that
so
happens to me. I say "begone thought," and I fucking pick up fucking silent image.
Nah, man.
so I'll give you a counter for the second part at least. And the first part actually. Now that I think about it, the second part specifically though, there is also Firebolt. That is a D10.
Yes.
So wizard, or sorcerer, or really you could even put it on your warlock if you do for the first part. Take the feat. What is it? Innate spellcasting or whatever? Not innate spellcasting. What is the feat? Oh my god.
Oof.
Brain.
Looks like someone didn't read his player's handbook.
No. I did. It's over there.
Oh, by the way, completely out of left field. Did you rewind? Did you know that Fallout 76 is available on Steam now?
Oh yeah.
Anyway,
Yeah, I did.
complete
I did.
aside.
Fucking
I did
garbage.
not. Is it free?
No.
No, of course not.
No, it's not.
Even free would have been too expensive.
Exactly.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get my player's handbook because now I need it.
yeah.
I don't think Bethesda realizes that space on my hard drive costs money for me. And if I'm not being comped that money, I'm not playing Fallout 76.
Yeah, right. I ain't fucking touching that shit.
One time.
There's somewhat of a morbid train wreck aspect to it where I do kind of want to play it.
Oh yeah.
No.
No, don't do it. It's not worth it. It's really.
But
not.
I also know I also know if I did play it, A, I would not be sober, and B, I would be cheating.
Oh
Yeah, it's
fair
true.
Okay, so the feat that I was referring to is after all of this. it's over here. It's not ritual caster. It is. Where are you? Am I a big dumb? Have I inherited the big dumb? No. No. I actually can't find it. Is my brain
What
hurt?
was the feat you were thinking of? Perhaps
It's
we
the
can
one.
help.
It's the one that allows you to get, more. Oh, no, it's not a feat. That's not. Sorry, no. Oh yeah, no. Here it is.
Yes, no, maybe.
Magic Initiate. There it is. 2 cantrips
I
of your
knew-
choice.
I nearly said Magic Initiate, and I was like, surely it's not that.
Yeah, no,
Yeah.
it is. Yeah. Magic Initiate gives you. I don't know why I couldn't think of it. Magic Initiate gives you the 2 cantrips and then spells from another class. So you can get a different cantrip or different spells. The other thing
Yeah.
that I would say is
Yeah, but isn't Eldritch Blast due to them having a patron? I don't think the lore of D&D, and granted lore is whatever you make of it,
Exactly.
but being a wizard and then also just getting the Magic Initiate feat to get Eldritch Blast and Warlock spells, I thought the reason why Warlocks have Eldritch Blast is because that's something that their patron literally gives to them.
No, I know. I'm saying as a warlock, get Magic Initiate so that you can get the other one.
Gotcha.
Yeah. That way you can have your variants. The other thing that I would say is that warlocks get Pact of the Tome.
Yes.
That's fantastic to get for
Mhm.
variations on
Mhm.
spells.
They
They have
Pact of the Chain is best,
Pact of the Chain is also really good. Yes, I agree.
especially if you're going Necromancer.
I'm just saying, if you want to have spells, they have that spell thing for you, and then you can get in Xanathar's there is invocation specifically for Pact of the Tome that helps you with that. I think. Did I get it with me? No, but I can open that up later if I need to. But. So, in order to get more variation for your spells and have more quote-unquote spells, you can take various invocations that let you do it at will, which is super strong for some of the spells that you can get. Let me actually look at Warlock really quick because man, oh man, I remember some of them being fucking great.
I'm
I
gonna
mean-
go ahead and I'm gonna leave the call real quick. I just need to use the restroom. You
Oh,
guys
yeah,
go
yeah.
ahead and continue, and I'll be back.
Go for it. So what was this? Yeah, Mask of Many Faces, as like everyone like will take every now and again. It's fucking disguise
Oh, yeah.
self at will. That's
so good.
so strong. You've got Fiendish Vigor, which gives you false life. You've got
Only if you have a fiend patron.
no.
Oh.
No, these are the invocations you can just take. There's no unless they have a prerequisite being like level or it being for Eldritch Blast itself. There's no prerequisite for whatever patron you take.
There's
Or
super
pacts. Excuse me, pacts as well. Pacts are not patrons.
There's super R restrictions and prerequisites for if you need to have certain patrons or pacts. It's not usually both together, but Warlock invocations.
I suppose Hexblade. Hexblade has one, I think, or two, maybe.
I know at the very least.
Like, yes, the pacts. Like, I've found Book of Ancient Secrets, which is the one I was talking about for Pact of the Tome. But those are for the pacts, not for your patron. Patron itself does not hinder you at all with invocations. That's the way they've written them, so that any patron, like any patron, can allow any invocation.
Gift of the Ever Living Ones, prerequisite Pact of the Chain feature.
Yep, Pact of the Chain.
Where is it? I know Fiend has a couple that it gives.
Nope. Fiend itself gives you different things. Like Fiend itself gives you their blessings, right? Their specific things for that pact, but
expended spells, yeah.
Yeah, that and then the blessing, the luck, the resilience, and then the hurl through hell. But no invocations are bound to a specific patron, except for Hexblade, I think. I could be wrong, and I will go get my Xanathars just to make sure. Sorry, less right. Okay. Welcome to the research episode. And the fact-checking yourselves, because man oh man. Invocations in Xanathars. Nothing that has a prerequisite from being even a Hexblade. Just for the pacts.
Huh.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not finding anything online either.
Nope. there was never a doubt in my mind. Unfortunately. For you.
Yeah, it must have been the expended spell list that I was getting hung up on.
That I will, yeah, absolutely. That is for specific patrons.
Those do super change, which makes sense thematically too.
Yes. Absolutely. And that's another thing that's cool about it. And the thing is, you don't have to take Eldritch Blast. You don't have to. It's cool.
Yeah, but
it's really good.
Yeah, but like
it's really fucking good.
If I don't, I'm like,
No, of course.
I should.
Absolutely. I also think that it is something that I will always take every time I make a warlock.
Then, you and I both also have backgrounds of your sort of a homebrew rule wherein your magic missile and your eldritch blast look unique to you, and it's a little bit of opportunity to like inject a bit of flavor into your character.
Yeah, and make them your own. Absolutely. It's really fun to do that with any spell, really.
Oh,
just
absolutely.
Make it look just like your spell. So Yeah. Let's see. There was one other thing that I wanted to look at. Where is Eldritch Blast? I need to find the cantrip. It is started with E. Oh, book time. Oh, lovely book time. Eldritch Blast. Mm-hmm. Yeah, the other thing.
Page 237.
Yes. Page 237. Yes, you're right. So yeah. I understand why it's probably considered the best as well because of its range, the fact that you don't really need to worry about too much, like
The fact that it's force damage.
yeah, force damage, which is not negated by basically anything except for 4 monsters. No.
Plus one that we made.
Yes. Maybe less than 4 monsters.
Fire is resisted by 37 monsters. 40 monsters are immune to it and 9 are vulnerable to it.
Yes.
Whereas force is resisted by no monsters.
No monsters.
1 type is immune and 0 are vulnerable.
Okay, so 1 monster is immune to force. Wow.
And that would be.
Oh, sorry, 1 type.
Oh, type? Is it types? Let me check.
You said type, I think.
It says nice summary of the monster manual. Here's the link from when we had this conversation,
Yeah,
or a very similar conversation a
remember.
while ago.
Yeah. Yes. Force. This 1 is immune, which I don't know which one it was.
Tarask.
Oh. That's right.
It's the Tarask.
Of course it's the Tarask. It's always the Tarask. Yeah, so that's the only thing that ever will, unless you use a cool thing that I still need to put out for the general public. But
Wait, you haven't put that out?
No, it's not out yet. No.
Oh, dude, I was doing some spring cleaning today.
Yeah.
And I found the composition notebook that I was sketching in when we made the Astral Origin Sorcerer.
Yeah, yeah. I have.
And I was like, yo.
Both of the
pages. Looking at Libra.
Yeah.
Yeah. I was so happy with that. I know I remember suggesting Libra.
Yes.
I'll take full credit for that one.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've yet to just put out I should just put out the stat blocks and then just change it later and like actually add flavor and stuff to it. But I took a long time making the actual stat blocks for the Astral Dragons. So that's a whole thing that I should really work on, but I'm lazy and also bad. So yeah, I guess let's keep going. Hopefully Boo comes back soon. And we can get his take on this stuff as well. But for now, here we go.
Let's begin with the positives and why they lead to Eldritch Blast being the best cantrip in the game. Eldritch Blast is a Warlock cantrip. It's an action to cast, 120-foot range, deals 1d10 force damage, and at higher levels, it allows for multiple castings of the effect. It is supported by Warlock invocations, which bolster its damage, its range, and allow it to inflict, without a saving throw, slow, push, and pull effects. The cantrip is force damage, one of the least resisted damage types in the game. The multiple attacks granted in later levels allow these effects to be amplified, resulting in a potential 40 feet shoved, pulled, or slowed, or even a mix of both if the attacks hit, as well as up to 4 potential concentration saves inflicted to a foe trying to maintain a spell. Additionally, because you cast each beam in a sequence, this affords multiple benefits. First, extra damage is not wasted, as casting a 4d10 firebolt would be on a low health target. Instead, if the first beam is sufficient for the kill, you can direct the others to different targets. Second, each attack triggers effects, such as Agonizing Blast and the Hex spell for massive additional damage.
Mhm.
Sorry, wait. Whenever you hit it with an attack. Oh yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Okay.
My spell sword has that.
Yeah, Hex is a really good combo spell.
Oh yeah.
I think multiple classes can take Hex, so
Mhm.
it's really good.
Yeah.
It's
Consider taking it.
consider taking it, definitely. Fucking, it's literally spellcasters that aren't like rangers, hunter's mark, right?
Yeah.
Um,
Yeah. The only thing I would do, honestly, to change it is I would make it an action instead of a bonus action. And like
yeah,
I get that it is for um being able to attack someone and then like switch it over to someone else
hmm
and such like that. But honestly, dude, you have no
Well,
reason to not use Hex all the time given
yeah.
how much damage it does for a
You,
first level spell.
you can't switch this one. That's Hexblade's curse that you
Right.
can switch, but Hex itself you can't switch. And Hex is much honestly better because it does the as far as I'm aware, the extra damage, and it makes them take disadvantage on ability checks with a ability score that you choose. Welcome back, Boo.
Mhm.
Yes. So
Um,
what did I miss? Hopefully
not too
nothing
much.
important.
We were looking through books for a second, and then we started.
Oh, so we haven't played any more of the video. Oh my god.
Well, we got
Well,
to his first thing talking about how Eldritch Blast is good.
Okay.
Yeah. When you
Um,
have invocations and how you can like
Yeah.
slow someone, push them, pull them and such.
Which is
Yep.
really
Plus Hex.
it is really, really good, and I would say if you want to spec your warlock into being combative more so than anything, taking all of the invocations that make your Eldritch Blast the best it can be is
Mhm.
how you do that, right?
Mhm.
like,
Oh
like,
yeah.
fucking. But I would say obviously, and I know I'm hopefully, I'm sure that this guy is aware that not everybody is just the power gamer, right? That wants to do the combat with their warlock, hopefully.
Yeah.
Sometimes people like to do funny voices and play make believe.
Yeah.
So so, using stuff like, Mask of Many Faces or any of the other things that allow you to do role playing as well are
Yeah.
really
Well,
good for your invocations.
Also, though, this isn't a video about Mask of Many Faces. This is a
No, I know.
video about Eldritch Blast, and
No,
as such,
I know.
what falls under the purview is invocations that only affect Eldritch Blast.
Absolutely. I'm just saying outright that it's one of those things of I'm not trying to say this as a critique of his video. This is just a general statement of Eldritch Blast with its cantrips with its invocations good for combat. It's definitely good for combat, and obviously if you're not looking to be combative overall, look at the other invocations.
And third, as we already mentioned, it will trigger multiple concentration effects on the same target. In raw numbers, it comes out to a potential 4d10 plus 20 force damage in a round, plus, again, the conditions it can inflict. No other cantrip from any class compares in terms of damage and utility, but especially for warlocks. Given their very low amount of spell slots, a warlock relies more heavily on their cantrips to supplement their spellcasting. I made a mistake there. Which brings us actually to the first major problem with this cantrip. I used the plural cantrips. Silly me. Because Eldritch Blast is so good, and because it is the only cantrip that gains a boost from invocations, it ends up being the only cantrip most warlocks will actually use in combat. It is the default best choice, with no other cantrip coming even remotely close, which turns combats including warlocks to often sound like this.
Okay, so yes. I agree that most warlocks are only going to use that if they're using a cantrip. But I've used other cantrips in combat as well.
Oh, you're lagging real bad.
Am I?
Yeah.
Shit.
Yep.
Oh, good. Well, it's green on my end, so I don't know.
Oh. Mm.
An update is available. That's why, I think. So give me a second here.
I wanted to be playing Minecraft right now, but
Oh.
Alejo had other ideas. Oh, hi, Alejo.
Oh,
Yeah.
wow. All right. Wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Well. Uh-huh. Cool. Well. Uh-huh.
Yep.
Come back to that.
So yeah,
Say you want to just finish this by yourself? We could just go play Minecraft and get the server.
yeah. Boo and I have
Wow.
something going on. Oh, hey, totally unrelated. Can you start up the server for us?
Wow.
Asking for a friend.
Wow.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Us and Rick are gonna go play Minecraft,
Oh,
and
Yeah.
Yeah. Cool. I'll just delete the server, I guess.
Okay, I'll just make my own.
Right.
but yeah, absolutely, it is a well-known issue, I guess you could say, in the RPG community that warlocks in combat. You're like, oh man, what are you gonna do, Warlock? And it's like, Eldritch Blast, and it's like, yeah, you are.
Well, the
Yeah,
other
and it's the same thing with like Rangers. What do? I shoot my bow.
it's true. I mean, like, what do you do as a fighter? I swing my sword, right?
Yeah.
Like, again,
Action Surge.
yeah. So, I mean, they each have their things that they do.
Mhm.
But Warlock is definitely the most like one trick pony. Absolutely.
Yeah. At least in terms of its cantrips.
I would actually say Rogue is the most one-trick pony. In terms
combat?
of combat, absolutely.
Oh, yeah.
I
They're-
guess so. Yeah.
They're desperate and frothing at the mouth for sneak attack
For that
damage.
sneak attack. Yeah. So they're
Yeah.
always going to be trying to get it however they can. The thing that I will say though is that warlocks also get, because of Xanathars, and I don't know when this video is made. I will look. But they get Toll the Dead. Which is really good. Let me best cantrip, because I need to know if this came out before Xanathars or after. Yeah, it was a year ago.
No other.
So Xanathars.
Yeah, Xanathars was already out a year ago.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
So
It was maybe before Ravnica, but
I think it was. Yeah.
yeah.
So
Yeah, total honesty, I've also seen this video before.
oh, okay, cool. I haven't, so good. But yes, Toll the Dead I know is a. It's more. It's easier to resist. Well, it's kind of easier to resist, and also it does necrotic damage, which a lot of things will also be resistant against.
Yeah.
Numbers are 11 resistant, 11 immune, 0 vulnerable.
Yes, so more will be resistant to it, but usually in those situations, you're probably not going to be using necrotic damage.
Yeah.
Because...
Yeah, actually, necrotic is fairly low on the list. It only beats out poison. In terms of resistance.
I'm just saying in comparison to Eldritch Blast.
Oh, yeah.
It's obviously not as good, but and the other thing is, like, usually DCs are low enough that most things have a high enough Constitution score to just resist a Constitution saving throw and just take no damage, right, from it. But Eldritch Blast is
half.
Yeah. Well, no, you don't. For cantrips, you take no damage whatsoever.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And so Eldritch Blast is definitely a better spell because you're just making the attack roll, and if you hit, they fucking take force damage, and they'll take that force damage unless they're the Tarask. So
in which case you are already dead.
Exactly. But yeah, I'm looking at the few that are added from Xanathar's, and it's Create Bonfire, which is pretty cool actually. Frostbite, which it's not great, unfortunately. I've used it and it's not great. Infestation, same thing. Magic Stone, which can be okay if you're using it with a sling. Thunderclap, and then Toll the Dead. So yeah. Fucking Eldritch Blast.
Find it's pronounced Toll the Dead.
Toll the Dead.
Come to it at last. Before you stand foes more terrible and powerful than any you have ever faced. This is truly the battle of our times. Roll initiative. Eldritch Blast! Eldritch Blast! Eldritch Blast! Eldritch Blast! Eldritch Blast! Eldritch Blast! It's the best! It's the best! Eldritch Blast! Eldritch Blast! Eldritch Blast!
It's fucking yeeting.
Yeah.
Grating, isn't it? Now, just in the player's handbook, Warlocks do have access to 2 other offensive cantrips, Chill Touch and Poison Spray.
Chill Touch is
But not only
a
are
classic
these-
of mine.
Yeah, no, Chill Touch is really good. It's weird that it's for undead to have disadvantage against you, and it does necrotic damage.
Yeah.
It's very strange.
It's really weird.
It's very, very
Hell, Z
strange.
Bashu has a video on that.
Yeah, and also like the misnomer of Chill Touch. Like,
Yep.
man, oh man,
Mhm.
weird shit.
Yep. I literally thought that Chill Touch was like just a frost spell until I actually read what it was, and I was like, wait, it prevents healing? Then why the fuck's it called Chill Touch?
Right.
Yep. It should be.
And why is it a
necrotic
skeletal
touch.
hand? Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, necrotic touch would be a better way to
Like-
put it. Absolutely.
Call it like Touch of Entropy or something.
Ooh, okay, yeah.
Yeah.
That would be good too.
Yeah.
Um,
See, that's what actually the writers intended.
yeah,
I speak for them.
it's
Mm.
true.
Okay, Cody.
I am the
Right.
Lorax. I speak
Yeah.
for the writers.
But yeah, I don't know. It goes all the way back to whenever it was created, Chill Touch. So
Yeah.
weird stuff.
These 2 of the more frequently resisted damage types, with Poison Spray also requiring the generally high Constitution save, they also aren't bolstered in any way by invocations. Celestial Pact
Okay.
Warlocks gain Sacred Flame, whose damage type is great, but it, like Poison Spray, is also an all-or-nothing save against a more frequently high bonus saving throw, Dexterity, and again, it is not supported in any way by invocations. While your playstyle may
Yeah.
be perfectly accepting of doing the same ability,
Quick note. One of those radiant damage.
Yeah.
Resistance 4, immunity 0, vulnerability 2.
Yeah, no, I think it's technically
Yeah. Radiant isn't a bad damage type at all.
No, it's not.
Radiant's real good.
Especially since how. I don't know if it's a downfall of writing, but especially with how common undead are. Because, like, every time I hear someone writing a campaign, it's like, oh man, those necromancers. I'm like, oh. Yeah.
Another
Necromancer's
necromancer?
undead.
God. I killed 3
Yeah.
last week.
Yeah, right? And I mean, hell. Wait, do any of your players watch this?
No, I've not told them the name of the podcast.
Even you're using a necromancer.
It's true.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah, or is he a necromancer or a lich? I think he's a lich, isn't he?
He never died, so he's technically a necromancer, but he does have a few special types of magic in addition that he uses to bolster. He has flesh smithing and soul stitching.
Okay, so yeah, necromancer. So I mean, yeah, even you're using necromancers and undead.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So, and
Because
like again, it's not.
Undead
it's-
also have a lot of really good variants
Yeah.
Yeah.
that are natural to them.
Yeah, and so it's not a problem to use undead. You're not creatively bankrupt or anything if you use undead.
Mhm,
But
Oh no.
man, it's happened so often. So radiant damage is a great damage type.
Well,
Mhm,
the
mhm.
other thing is you would think that radiant damage would do more against the undead, but it doesn't. It's just it's one of those things of like they've vulnerabilities. The vulnerability thing I never see come into play. Like
Yeah.
very rarely do I see any enemies that have vulnerabilities ever come into play.
That you can actually make use of unless you come fully prepared.
Well, it's also like whoever knows that they have that vulnerability, right? Like I don't go around memorizing the monster stats usually. And
Well,
so
I mean, I think
Yet.
it's fairly easy to assume that a fire elemental might be weak to like frost damage.
yeah,
Or water.
you could.
Yeah, exactly.
Let me
So,
look at the thing.
I, in my experience, actually have a ton of use and resistances and vulnerabilities because I actually found an old stat block I used today for a customized Vine Blight,
Mhm.
wherein they took double damage from fire. However, they also, because they're made out of a poisonous plant, the smoke that would come off of them was poisonous and would leave a 10-foot area full of poisonous smoke.
Yeah, that's cool.
I also happen to also have vampires, and in my world, I usually homebrew that most undead are weak to radiant, with the exception of a few niche circumstances,
Yeah,
which
absolutely.
I will inform the player of.
Absolutely. Like legitimately I and I'm looking even at elementals right now, Boo. They don't have vulnerabilities. They just have
Okay.
immunities and resistances.
Okay.
The a lot of things you would think would like blights in general, like regular blights, also are vulnerable to fire, which is would make sense because they're plants.
Like plants.
I think the treants
Pokemon
also
taught me well.
yeah, exactly. The treants also do, but a lot of things you would think would have some sort of vulnerability just don't.
Yeah, fucking Shambling Mounds,
Yep.
contender of the year for that.
Yep.
It's a big old wet pile of soggy leaves and branches and vines. Why the hell does it heal from thunder striking it?
Yep.
Yeah.
Again, very very strange things in vulnerabilities and immunities sometimes, but again, I find there's rarely because I haven't homebrewed too much in the sense of like monsters to vary things up because I'm not running a campaign in a different setting as you are, Aiden, or and my players don't pay attention. Well, most of the time they haven't paid attention to the things that I've been throwing at them, which is the stuff out of Mordenkainen's and Volos.
Those are both excellent choices.
Absolutely, I like them way a lot.
I love the hag section of Volos.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I've borrowed from it heavily.
The regular monster manual has good monsters in it too. I just find that the stuff that I'm doing is weird, and I want the weird stuff that isn't in the monsters manual because it has some weird stuff, but it doesn't have enough. You know?
Yeah.
I want that weird shit.
Then you need to get like the
that's-
Kobold
that's
Press stuff.
Oh yeah.
You need
Exactly.
to check out the Pathfinder 2e monster manual.
Yeah, I remember Rogan posting a bunch of that weird shit, and I was like, yeah, that's some stuff.
There's some good stuff in there.
Weird shit. But
there's literally a parasite that takes over a boulder.
yeah, cool. Oh yeah. I was there when he's talking about that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It takes over an elemental.
Well, that's how it breeds, but the
Yeah.
larva stays in a boulder, and then it like face hugger just attacks a golem or something.
Right. Yeah. But what was it? The original point was vulnerabilities, I think.
Yeah, it was vulnerabilities,
Yeah.
and then radiant damage, and then undead.
Yes. Yeah. So the other thing that I wanna mention is that I wonder about the difference between the cantrips that you have to make an attack roll for and the ones that they have to make a saving throw against, right? Because I feel like they're pretty similar a lot of the time in terms of bonuses. Is that crazy
No,
of me?
that's accurate.
Okay, so then I feel like that if you, aside from, I would say Constitution, which is the catch-all that everything is pretty good um, at least that you're fighting usually.
No. You you say that as I'm looking at a page full of methods.
Yeah, no, I know. I'm not. I'm saying usually, right? Like, I don't think it's for everything, but a lot of the time, Constitution is the stat that is the most high for most
Well,
monsters.
well, you know why that is, right?
So they have a lot of health.
It's because players like killing big, huge monsters.
Yeah.
It's the entirety of what Monster Hunter is founded on.
No, I
It's
know.
the clip, the mentality of like Thor Ragnarok with a but big monster.
No, I get that. What I'm saying is that um the cantrips that and spells that go are resisted by Constitution are the ones that I see fail the most often. But
Mhm.
things like the dexterity check spells, they're a little here or there every now and again, because sometimes you're fighting things that are quick, right? And I feel like using the fact that they have to make a saving throw is as something that's a negative against some of these cantrips is it's not as valid for some of the cantrips, I would say. But again, it's all situational, unfortunately, right?
Yeah.
Because I can see something with high AC and something with a bigger stat is harder to hit with both, I
Yeah.
would say.
Mhm.
So they're equal in that respect, but it just depends on if it's easy to hit something and you want to do a bunch of damage, or if you want to do that additional. Because the ones that most of the time, not all the time, but some of the times you get like Toll the Dead, where if you hit it and they've already been hit before, they've lost even a single point of health, you do a D12 instead of a D8 of necrotic damage. And then let's see, Sacred Flame doesn't do that. It just does the D8 for dexterity. Infestation, if you hit them, they take a D6 of poison damage, I believe it is, and then they run in a random direction. For Frostbite, they take a D6 of cold damage, and then they have disadvantage on their next attack. Fuck, I hate that I'm reciting these by memory. I fucking hate this. I'm not trying to like flex or anything. I'm just like legitimately I'm just trying to name off these ones and where
Look at this fucking Chad spell library over here.
I hate it.
I don't know, man. I'm not jealous of it.
Good. Please don't be.
Me neither, because that's me and Pokemon.
My fucking brain. Oh my god. I still remember so much from Pokemon. I still remember so much.
Man, I'll tell you one thing, man. I really impressed Hop every time we fought.
Yeah.
Man, I had my type advantages down.
Yeah. So what I'm trying to say is I guess it just depends on how you're ranking those kinds of things, because yes, they do less damage, but some of the ones that do less damage have additional effects, which can be very beneficial. And Eldritch Blast is just a straight up damage that isn't negated by anything, really.
Mhm.
So
It's the normal type.
No, because normal type is halved by rock and steel.
Fuck off.
Well, it's not an accurate comparison.
I know.
I'm just saying.
But who uses rock and steel types?
What do you mean? I fucking love Metagross.
My dude.
Metagross is great.
I know.
Yeah.
I love Steelix.
Yeah, okay. Get fucked.
Hold the fuck on. I've got like over just about 300 Pokemon that are EV trained and max level. Let's go through. Let's see what I got here.
Why are we going through this now? D&D podcast.
Yeah, no, it doesn't matter. You
Corviknight.
brought up a point, and now we have to counter it.
Yeah, Corviknight, Aegislash, Rhyperior.
Uh-huh.
Let's see. If you want to count Silvally, if not, also fine.
I don't know that one.
He doesn't know that one, so
Ferrothorn
no.
literally
I know
has
that
been
one.
in Ubers for how long as a defensive wall? Excadrill.
Never, actually.
Dude, fucking.
That was
Who
Maybe it's an
uses
OU.
Nobody uses Excadrill.
It's literally one of the top 10 most meta Pokemon right now.
I don't
Durant.
think that's true.
My Durant is named Kevin.
That's
Okay.
good. And yes, I know that Excadrill is super fucking popular.
I figured,
I'm just
yeah.
trolling you
I
right now.
figured.
Drill run, my guy.
I know.
I figured. Okay.
Mold
yeah.
breaker.
Anyway, so yes, trolls. Beside the point. But yeah, I feel like the benefits of those cantrips definitely give them better contenders for being good, like as good maybe, because again, I understand that the metric here is that he's using is damage, and so they do less definitely because they don't get the additional boost of a stat. Right?
Yeah.
Because Eldritch Blast can, and only if you take an invocation, right? That's the only way that you can add your stat to that damage.
Yeah.
But other than that, nothing else does that, and you would have to spend the invocation slot, which I don't know, man. It's a good thing to spend one invocation slot on, I suppose, but you could also have other things in there too.
Yeah.
I don't know. So
I'm personally a big fan of Eldritch Spear.
yeah, Eldritch Spear making it go super far. Hell yeah.
Mhm.
Super cool.
Especially too when you have like the ranger who's like spec'd their character into firing as far as possible, and they're like, I can fire 250 feet out, and then like my level 3 warlock's like
yeah. It is definitely, and that does make it way better. So I definitely think, yes, that Eldritch Blast is still the best cantrip, but I still think there are contenders if you don't want to go for Eldritch Blast. Right? If you want to be that warlock that doesn't have Eldritch Blast.
I would say that there are definite contenders for best cantrip for both roleplay and for combat.
Oh, sure.
But I would say that I don't know of any roleplay cantrips that are near as useful in roleplay as just the flat usefulness of Eldritch Blast in combat is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well-
Definitely the roleplay ones are more situational.
Well,
Well, like even
prestidigitation,
just
though,
Well, yeah, prestidigitation.
because I can do fucking
Prestidigitation's-
anything.
Prestidigitation is good, but it is not as good as Eldritch Blast, like flat. Like, if there were some magical way to like have a scale wherein you have roleplay on one side and combat on the other,
Right.
line up the best roleplay cantrip,
Yeah.
and like Eldritch Blast on the other side. And in terms of if you're measuring usefulness,
Right.
Eldritch Blast is so fucking good, and you can even use it in roleplay.
Yeah.
Like, it makes an impact. So if you need to make a sound over somewhere else, it can make noise. It can pull things because so many people are like, actually, wait, can you pull objects?
I think it
with
might be creatures only, but I will check. Warlock.
Well, then what you do is you have your wizard cast animate object, and then it becomes a creature.
Hey, there you go.
And pull it.
Let's
pull a
see.
creature in a straight line.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So it's creature. So you can't pull objects, unfortunately, but you can still make noise, yeah. So yeah, I think it's harder to do best for a roleplay one because again, roleplay depends on the situation like that your DM creates. More so. Like you can definitely shape it however you want to once you're in that situation, but the initial situation unlike combat, where if you're in a combat, you're in a combat. You do the combat, right? With Eldritch Blast, that is literally you do the damage when you do the die roll. But in a role play situation, if you're, say, needing to infiltrate a guard barracks, and you want to cast friends on the guard so you can be friendly, right? Like you can have advantage on your friend check. But you could do that, or right, like you could let's see,
which will help you for a minute until the guard realizes what happens and raises the alarm.
Yeah, no, again, it's not ideal, right? It's if you have that cantrip, you can use it.
Or I could attack from the alley and have Grasp of Hadar, Eldritch Blast, pull him into the alley for like the rest of my friends to help kill.
With a very loud sound of the force.
Don't worry about that.
Yeah, okay. Then I would say also like something like thaumaturgy could also be helpful in creating a distraction, right? Yeah. Ominous whispers, a little rumble, or opening door or window really fucking fast.
Are you going to tell me that there are situational spells in D&D 5th edition?
So what
my Dungeons and Dragons?
What I'm trying to illustrate is that making the objectively best roleplay cantrip, right, is hard to do because of this situational aspect. So
exactly.
So it's hard to do a comparison of both, because that's not as cut and dry. So I don't know. It's one of those things of when you say best cantrip, I feel like they always are talking about combat, and worst cantrip is always talking about combat, because that's the only way to kind of objectively.
Yeah, to measure things.
Yes, objectively measure it.
Roleplay has so many like free variables that can happen, whereas combat is fairly, despite how long it takes, succinct.
Yep,
and straightforward.
Absolutely.
You hit this, it does a lot of damage, then it dies. You have done well.
There's more math behind combat.
Yes.
Yeah.
Over and over and over again. I personally find this incredibly boring. This is the main drawback to this unarguably powerful and effective ability. It is so much better than anything else, it is incredibly suboptimal to use any cantrip other than Eldritch Blast. The solution to this problem is not particularly complex, however, and lies in the area that gives Eldritch Blast its greatest potency, the Warlock invocations. For the rest of this video, I'll be sharing some tweaks and additions to the invocation list that should help the exclusivity problem of Eldritch Blast.
So let me before we go through that, you don't have to always use Eldritch Blast, right?
But you do though.
Well,
but it's suboptimal.
But it's suboptimal.
So like, what if instead
I'm here to win my D&D.
Yeah, again, like I understand if you're power gaming, is that the aspect that we're going for again?
I don't want to die.
Right?
You?
Like, well, I don't want to die either.
I spent a lot of time and effort into making my character with a cool background and lots of cool flavor.
Yeah, but
and then he just uses nothing but Eldritch Blast.
Because I'm petrified and scared of having him die, I never use that flavor and only use Eldritch Blast.
Fear!
Of course. No, I get that. No,
I am
absolutely.
the D&D villain.
We don't, I mean, yeah, but like, man, oh man.
No.
Like,
fear.
I know, but like at the same time, like can we have an acknowledgement that you don't have to do this?
No.
Right? Like I would like at least the acknowledgement of I assume there was.
Well,
I might have missed it.
In fairness, he says this is a video on the best cantrip in D&D, not the best way to play D&D.
No, I agree. But
like the guy who made this video knows you don't have to pick Eldritch Blast, but this isn't for that.
Yeah, well, he did say suboptimal, And so he's also kind of he's acknowledging that other things are worse.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree. Yes, they are worse, right? But
It's almost like it's a whole class that's based around the spell, and so they made the spell good enough to carry a class.
yeah. Well, and then the subclasses themselves being just the patrons, except for the Hexblade, which makes it so that it's weird. You don't have to like, you use weapons instead.
Well, your
Yeah.
patron is your blade.
Is your weapon, right?
Yeah.
So
Yeah. Which can be very cool if you have like an awakened weapon.
yeah. Well, that's usually how I like to do like a Hexblade, because like the weapon itself, either it's awakened or it was given to you by some sort of powerful being, right? And they talk to you through it, something, right? Be interesting. Like
Yeah.
like, I mean, we're probably never gonna go back to the Age of Magic fur thing, but fucking what I was gonna do with Mike's thing, man, oh man, that was gonna be cool.
I my the warlock hexblade in my campaign
Mhm.
doesn't know because since he's a hexblade and he got a Stalrim sword from his parents that I had to nerf the hell out of, and he's like, "Why are you nerfing the hell out of it?" I'm like, "Because Stalrim is like +3, +4, and you're not getting that at level 1." But that doesn't make sense in the lore, and I'm like, "Yeah," and that's why I tried to. Anyway,
Yeah.
I've had the sword get better as like he levels up, and at the very end of the campaign, it's going to have the spirit of some of the spirits of some of his family members in it,
Sure.
and it's going to be awakened with part of his family, and they'll give him like guidance.
Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Begin with a very simple change. Agonizing Blast replaced with Agonizing Cantrips. You would just apply your charisma bonus to the damage that all your cantrips inflict. Now, due to its multiple attacks, Eldritch Blast will still be more effective, but we decrease the gap between it and the others just a little bit. We can do the same with Eldritch Spear, making it something like Far Strike Cantrips. You double the range of all the damaging cantrips by taking this invocation.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, at first I was worried he was going to say all cantrips have a range of 300 feet, and I was going to be like, ooh.
Yeah, no, that would
Yeah,
that would
range
be
is double is
ridiculous.
fine.
Yeah.
Reach is doubled is fine. What is it? So what is, if that applies to,
Like,
what does
say,
that apply to for
firebolts.
touch spells? I don't know if let me check to see if they get any touch.
Yeah, and honestly, I imagine that if it's a touch spell, it just stays a touch spell.
See, cause then you have something like Path to the Grave. Sorry, not Path to the Grave. Grave Clerics. Grave Clerics get
This
instead
is only
of-
warlocks.
No, I know. I'm just saying
Okay.
as an example. Something like a Grave Cleric gets the ability to have their touch spell of Spare the Dying become a 30-foot spell instead, right? It's a cantrip, right? So I'm just wondering if you would apply the same kind of thing of like, instead of it being touch, it's 10 feet, or instead of it being touch, it's 15 feet, right? Like,
Warlocks become the spell snipers, basically. Touch spells can be a range of 30, and ranges of 30 can be at 60.
that's what I would like further clarification on, though, just so that I know like the range limit of the touch spell, because I can't double a touch.
Yeah.
Right? Like, how do I double?
Yeah, you use both hands.
Oh, that's true. So that's the only thing that I would want from that.
Do a Razan
Eldritch-
Shuriken.
Blast will still
Amazing
likely
shuriken.
benefit more from this, but at least the other two cantrips aren't left so vastly far behind. Now, you may raise multi-class concerns here, so you could put a level prerequisite on the invocation, maybe 5th or 7th, but I generally don't see this as a problem. What about the push, pull, slow invocations for Eldritch Blast? I like them. Leave them. Make those its thing. But also add special options for the other Warlock cantrips as well. And I'll share 2 such invocations I've made for each of the other cantrips. Chill Touch might gain the Hunger of Orcus. When you damage a creature with Chill Touch, you immediately regain 1 expended hit die.
Ooh.
That's a bit- That's pretty good.
That's
I think
like
that's a bit too
really good.
hard. Yeah, you get a whole hit
That's like really, really good.
Yeah.
To be fair, though, what's the hit die for Warlocks again? D8?
Yeah.
Yeah.
A D8 at 5th level?
Okay, so think
True.
about multiclassing though. Like, if I multiclass and get this and go, I just get a D12 back from, or sorry, I guess
Well,
barbarians and a D12.
in which case you would say the hit die that you get is part of what you get as part of your. It's a Warlock ability, so you should get a Warlock hit die.
I
Yeah.
agree, and that's what I'm saying. Like the way that it's written, it's a little too strong.
Well, I mean, here's the thing, though, is since we're able to come up with these just like that, I think most other people who are actually willing to implement changes like this would also have these discussions
I would hope
beforehand
so.
as well.
I would hope so, but I don't know if that's reliable.
Yes, that's the thing. We
Yeah,
kind
that's
of
true.
do the pod. Have you been a part of this podcast?
Well, I was really sleepy.
Boo!
Oh, okay.
Boo! We
Uh-huh.
shit on people.
No,
Well, I mean,
that's
it is
not-
true. We do.
No, no,
Oh,
only sometimes.
You remember? You remember the pig in Ark that you
Mhm.
renamed Shitty?
I do not.
You don't?
no.
Oh,
Oh, is it the one that we use to make fertilizer?
yeah,
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I remember
yeah.
now.
Anyway,
But yeah,
The only creatures I remember in Ark were Butterfree and Betterfree.
mm.
so again, like this is, I like the idea, but man, oh man, change that a little bit because I don't know
Yeah.
about that.
I mean, yeah, balance. This is probably just him going, oh, well, we could do this. Like, I don't think this is
I
something
think-
you put an hour of thought into.
Yeah, I think that this should instead give you 5 temp HP
Mm.
when you hit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That
That's
could
fine.
also work.
Or how about this, Necrotic Cloud, which would boost the range of the no regaining hit points effect to a 5-foot radius around the target. Necromantic,
Ooh.
life drain.
All right, okay.
So when you hit, all things around the target in a 5-foot radius can't regain HP.
Oh, that's
yeah, I
interesting.
like that.
I like that. That's interesting.
I love, too, that he calls it Necrotic Cloud instead of Chill Touch.
Yes.
Like,
Yeah.
Necrotic. Oh, God.
I
It's
know.
Necrotic
Chill
Touch.
Chill Touch fucking is such a bad name. I know. It's
Yeah.
fucking bad. By the way, slight amendment to what I said. 5 temp HP per, I think, like you know how it goes up by by a die of damage every like 5 levels or so?
Yeah.
Mhm.
I feel like the temp HP could also go up by that as well, and so you wouldn't have to worry about the prerequisite of being 5th level. You could keep it as just it's just for chill touch, so you could take it straight up, but it would then get better. It would give you 5 more every time it increases in damage.
Why not just make it sort of like vampiric vampiric touch? Well,
What is
Because
the-
then that
this
would
is
then
literally
those-
just a better vampiric touch.
Is it?
if
But
you-
but again, this
Okay.
is still
let
warlocks.
me check
so-
let me check vampiric touch. Well, yeah, that I don't remember.
Warlocks
what
can
vampiric-
warlocks get
because-
vampiric touch?
I don't believe so.
Oh,
but,
okay,
like-
then yeah, then that doesn't really. Then this works out, kind of.
Well, it's what I'm still saying though is the parity of power between these two spells
So
of one being a cantrip
Yeah.
versus the second level spell.
absolutely, I agree. Let me see. Okay, so concentration up to a minute. Touch of your Shadow Wreath hand can siphon life from force from others to heal your wounds. Make a melee spell attack against a creature within your reach. On a hit, the target takes 3d6 necrotic damage. This is on page 285, by the way.
Thank you.
Um,
You read my mind.
yes. The target takes 3d6 necrotic damage, and you regain hit points equal to half the amount of necrotic damage dealt. Until the spell ends, you can make the attack again on each of your turns as an action.
Now
so
here's the other thing. With the Hunger of Orcus, with our spin on it,
Yeah.
it's temp HP.
that's what I was gonna
versus
say. Yeah,
Permanent HP.
temp HP doesn't grant you anything but a temporary shield, whereas
Yeah.
this gives you some like the actual healing.
Yeah, this is like if you had Chill Touch in Hunger of Orcus, you couldn't heal out in the field using it.
Exactly.
But if you had Vampiric Touch and you fucking stumble on a rabbit, you could just grab it and just suck it dry.
You could give it the cell treatment.
Yeah. And so it
Or
gives
the Kraken
you
treatment and give it the suck.
yeah.
Yep.
So I will say that my take on it is a little too powerful still, just because you could do that every round, right? Like you could get a bunch of temp HP every round and just
Well,
keep
then just have a
refreshing
cap.
it. That is probably one way to do it. The other thing, I would have to look at it a little bit more and probably
I would
discuss
just
it
have
with you
a cap.
guys more.
Or just have it be like this effect can only trigger blank number of times.
That's
per
what I'm wondering
combat
as
or
well.
something.
It might be better
or
to do
one,
that.
or like give the creature a save, and if they pass the save, then they can't be affected by it again.
Yeah, we would have to do some thinking on that, honestly, because to
Standard
find the best
balancing
way.
shit.
But
yeah, there's ways around this.
Yeah.
Interacting with the underused hit die mechanic, unique to Chill Touch, great. Eldritch Blast might still be better for raw deeps, but we're closing the gap in overall effectiveness just a bit. How about Poison Spray? Poison is the most resisted damage type in the game, so Kiss of Jubilex. You can have your Poison Spray deal acid damage instead.
Okay, neat.
I think it's Jubilex, but
I don't know. It's
I
spelled
believe it.
Jubilex.
no, I mean if you look in the monster manual, I think it's Jubilex.
Yeah, I think it's Jubilex.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
Jubilex.
Yep.
But
I'm
there you
also
go.
a nerd.
But it is pronounced Jublex.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
So close.
Yeah. Cool.
Eldritch Blast afflicts some conditional effects, so Noxious Spray makes the creature damaged by the poison spray become poisoned until the end of their next turn. It's right in the name. What about those woefully neglected Celestial Pact Warlocks and their Sacred Flame? Bam! Blinded by the light. Brilliant Dawn. The feast or famine nature of the cantrip leaves much to be desired. Watcha! Lingering Dawn. Foes take half damage on a save instead of none.
Okay.
Heaven, we could do this for even non-combat cantrips
some
like
good
the light
invocations.
spell that Celestial Pacts gain. Guarded Dawn. Creatures outside the 20-foot radius of your light cantrip cannot see the light given off by the spell.
That's interesting.
Guiding Dawn.
That's cool.
All creatures within the aura of light get what is effectively guidance.
No.
Okay.
I don't know. I think that's too strong. Because that's a cantrip providing
Yeah.
bardic inspiration
Yeah.
to everyone within a fairly fucking big radius.
Yeah.
At 7th level, it wouldn't be as good as like a 7th level bard can do.
No.
It would be more akin to a free bless to everyone.
Yeah, that's the
Which-
thing.
Which is good. It's
But
pretty damn good.
this is
However,
Only for
it's
skill checks, to be fair.
It's true.
yeah. It also is all creatures, not friendly creatures.
It's true. That is.
Ah,
but
yeah.
the thing is, like, you got to think they're only going to be using it for themselves, and they're going to be keeping the other people out if
See,
need be, right?
now
See, no, what I would do as a DM, if one of my players like wanted to take this and wanted to make it for combat,
Mhm.
I would say okay, and then I would let them like go into a sewer tunnel that was infested with rats
Mhm.
and have the rats fucking swarm them
Mhm.
and have a swarm of D20 plus D4 attacks like
Well,
incoming
Well, again,
on
this
them.
is for skill checks, not for attack rolls.
Yes, but what I'm saying is if the player, as I mentioned, if the player wanted it to be all checks.
Oh yeah.
Oh, well then I would say no.
Yeah.
Oh,
And
nah,
then-
dude. Nah, you say yes and then make them regret it.
No, I would say no and tell them why.
See, here's my thing right now.
yeah.
I'm just imagining that the party rocks up into a fucking like a blacksmith or whatever. It's like, hey, I want to buy this sword. It's like, oh, it's 20 gold. It's like, I don't know. Hey, warlock, boom, and then you have this. Jesus, so fucking bright. Oh, you want to pay 15? Okay.
It's like the Fabio, like light
Yeah.
streaming through the hair. It's like,
Yeah.
hey, how about 15? It's like,
Fine.
Oh, and hey,
And just
how
all the
about
time, it's like,
how about
oh,
I
he-
stand over your shoulder while you repair my sword?
And like the rogue needs to climb a wall. Here, let's shine a light on him.
Right, yeah.
It's a fucking fucking spotlight.
Yeah, like don't worry, you're doing fine.
Somehow makes him better at stealth.
Yeah,
It's so bright that they can't see me.
yeah.
They're just like, what is that light that keeps moving through our fucking dark castle, dude? I don't know, man. Shoot it, I guess.
All I can imagine is like if you've ever held a light for someone while they're like trying to repair something, and they're like, "Yeah, hold the light over here."
Yeah.
It's like the warlock, but his hand is glowing, and it's like, "Yep, just move your hand over here." There you go.
Yeah,
There we go,
exactly.
okay.
So I mean, it's all right. I don't know. I don't feel good about it. I feel like it should be tweaked a little bit.
Yeah, I think it needs to be changed slightly, but
I
I
don't
don't
know.
really know what I would change
I
it
can't.
to.
Yeah, I can't think of how I would change it though.
If you want to turn your warlock into the Pixar lamp, this is for you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, any opportunity to use the name Dawn, I know. Pact of the Undying Warlocks and their Spare Dying cantrip. Yes, even Spare the Dying can benefit from an invocation. Whispers of the Undying. A creature you stabilize with Spare the Dying can immediately expend a number of hit dice up to equaling your
Whoa.
proficiency bonus.
No.
No. Your proficiency bonus? The fuck? That's like
No.
Whoa.
That's like 3 hit die at level 5.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's like a lot. That is
no.
no.
that's on a cantrip. Jesus.
Yeah. No. No.
I would say able to expend 1 hit dice.
So
I'd be fine with 1.
And then again, I would have to be the guy who's like, okay, you can only do this like once a day, because obviously you can do Spare the Dying as much as you want, but this Whispers of the Dying shit, no, you get one. One a day.
I would say once per creature per day. So if you get downed, I can raise you back stronger.
Yeah.
But if you get downed again, I'm sorry,
yeah,
dude.
yeah, something.
I
It's
feel
got
like
to be
that's a bit
something,
better.
because this
'Cause-
is like
yeah.
cantrip resurrection. Fuck
Exactly.
that.
I understand there's the limited resource of your hit die, and so if your hit die are completely gone, then this doesn't do shit for you.
Yeah.
I would hope that that's what this. I mean, because that's how you spend your hit die. But again, no.
But okay, wait a minute.
No,
I just thought of a great combo.
Okay.
This 2 warlocks.
Okay.
Both of them have Chill Touch and Hunger of Orcus, and this.
Oh god.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you're constantly recharging your hit die and reviving each other over and over again.
It's two
Oh,
it's two battery.
fuck.
It's 2 battery
Yeah.
packs charging each other.
Yeah. No, that immediately starts making this even worse.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. Okay, yeah. So
You're
no.
you're plugging you do sort of run into the issue of you're plugging an extension cable into itself and hoping to get power.
It's
Yeah.
true.
They will run out.
Eventually.
Eventually, but not when the fight will be over before they run out, dude.
Yeah, right?
I feel like
BG
I don't-
warlocks on the front line.
Party of warlocks. Just play a cult. Play
Yeah.
a cult. Oh my
Dude.
god.
It'd be cool to have like 2 warlock brothers who are like super competitive with each other, and whenever one of them gets downed, another one does like Spare the Dying and like raises him up. He's like, "Where are you? Get back up!" He's like the payday character.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Get the fuck up. Yeah,
Oh,
absolutely.
man.
But again, no.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
no, that's too high.
Not this. Not
Yeah, it's way too good.
But-
These are
hey,
just a
balancing
few of
tweaks.
the
Those
many
will come out in
options that
gameplay.
could be developed
Exactly.
to make it such that Eldritch Blast is not the sole go-to beneficiary of Warlock invocations and not the flatly best choice in nearly all combat situations. In conclusion, even with all these additional invocations, Eldritch Blast might still be your go-to. It will still remain the top damaging cantrips for Warlocks, though really for any class. Well, we can at least give the other cantrips and those Warlocks whose
I don't know,
character
man.
choices
I can
lead them
show
to
you.
take-
I can show you how to do 10 million damage with a single cantrip.
Yeah, I know, right?
Oh man.
those instead some semblance of a chance. Eldritch Blast is undisputably the best combat cantrip in the game.
Okay.
And
so it's
I-
not
Best
bad.
combat
I think
cantrip.
that's a problem. In the comments below, I welcome your thoughts on the cantrip, on my arguments for its overuse, on any of my proposed.
Okay, yeah.
I think this is, aside from like maybe 2 or 3 things, pretty damn solid.
Oh yeah,
I-
absolutely.
yeah.
Absolutely.
I remember it as like one of the better videos I watched back when I didn't know 5e too well.
Yeah, no, that's very
Yeah,
good.
no,
Lots of good ideas in
quite good.
the updated invocations.
Yeah, I
just a
appreciate
couple of them need to be changed slightly.
I appreciate the want to make it so that you could do more than Eldritch Blast. I do.
Yeah,
Yes.
Very very good idea.
Yeah, I will always advocate for spell customization.
Yes.
Um,
Absolutely.
no matter what your class.
Whether
Um,
it be meta magic, invocation, whatever.
yes, and I think that warlocks and wizards are both kind of hard up and really deserve some tweaking.
This is honestly making me want to make a character.
Just start making a character while we're doing this. Don't worry about
I know.
That's a very good video. Alejo, what's the name of this channel?
This is
Dawn Forged cast.
Yeah, Dawnforged cast.
Thank you, Don Forged Cast.
Yeah.
Yes.
And you can really hear the acumen in his voice.
Yeah. Well, yeah. He doesn't change it too hard, you know.
Yeah, he just makes it old man version.
Yeah. So yeah, good first one. The second one that we're gonna do from him is
right.
is gonna be harder to get me on your side. I'm really hoping the arguments are good here, because the next one we're gonna be looking to is a defense of the worst cantrip in D&D, and again, I assume it's the
Also Don Forged.
yes, it's combat. It is combo oriented, because this is about that good old
Yeah, the
True
worst one is
Strike.
True Strike.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we all are like, yeah, fuck
Everyone
True Strike.
knows.
Fucking
Yeah.
True Strike.
Even when I'm like recommending people not take certain cantrips and you're like, I don't do that, and I'm like, True Strike, and you're like,
Yes, no, that I remember. I even was like, oh yeah, True Strike. Yeah, fuck that. Yeah, no,
fuck.
don't take True Strike. Fuck that.
Yeah. Because it's, and I remember I took it one time, and I'm like, now that I legitimately took it, and I was like, oh man, that sounds pretty cool. And then like later on, I tried to fucking use it, and I'm like, oh,
yeah,
because that was
Oh,
before I had
no.
seen like all of the videos saying
Yep.
how bad it was, and I was like, oh, okay, it can give me advantage on something. That's pretty neat.
Yeah.
I didn't read it through enough.
Again, it's pretty neat if you don't ever get hit at all.
Yeah,
Cool,
That's the
but
problem.
also, oh, it's your entire turn.
yeah.
Cool.
And it's concentration, and
Yeah,
it's bad.
again, it's if it wasn't concentration, I would be like, yeah, okay, that's a little better, right?
Yeah,
like
but
that would
it
be
is.
Yeah,
fine.
it still would not be great, but
No.
it'd be better.
But I would
Yeah,
take
I mean,
it.
honestly, if you guys ever made a build where it's like, I need True Strike, can we make it better? That'd be the first thing I do. It's like, okay, it's not concentration.
Exactly, right?
For
Like
sure.
fucking again,
Some
like,
further-
let's it's literally right here on the screen. It's True Strike, Divination Cantrip, 1 action, 30 feet. It's just somatic, so you can just move your hands and you have it. Concentration up to 1 round, and then you extend your hand and point a finger at a target in range. Your magic grants you brief insight into the target's defenses. On your next turn, you gain advantage on your first attack roll against the target, provided that this spell hasn't ended. Totally fine.
Honestly,
Like totally fine for like an effect, but man oh man, it's just bad for casting time and the concentration, really.
Yeah.
what I would do,
Mhm.
and it's still not technically optimal in terms of like number averaging. But what I would do is I would not make it a targeted spell. I'd make its target self. And make it so there's no concentration. You do it as an action, and you just straight up have flat advantage on your next attack roll.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like it would be much better that way, because I get it. Having it be the thing is, having it be something that's within 30 feet, you're gonna get rushed and hit, right? Like,
Yeah.
especially because it's concentration, right? Like you'll lose that fucking thing.
Unless if you have, a front line.
Well, yeah, but the other thing that I gotta say, that I think is, like, I don't know about you, but I'm pretty sure that my enemies have brains.
And know to target the caster.
The caster, once they reveal that they are a caster, oh fuck, you need
to
that
be
guy
fair,
gone.
You could technically, like, if you role play it right, you could have like your hand behind your back or something, or Or you could do it in a way that is like harder to detect.
Absolutely. And if my players think of that stuff, I'll make them make rolls of like a deception, right? Of like they're doing that shit during the combat, so they're trying to make it so that they're not. If they think of it, cool. Yeah, reward that shit.
Yeah. Another thing that I would do with this is keep the thing that you said, Aiden, you know, range
self.
Yeah, self. Well, I was gonna say it would be cool if you could cast it on somebody else and give them True Strike.
Make it touch instead.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Huh. Okay.
So you'd be giving up your action to have their action be doubled.
Yeah, exactly. So if you have like a really, really badass fighter, you can fucking slap them on the ass and be like, "Get in there,
get in there."
Yeah.
So I'm
the fighter runs off to the enemy, but is looking back at you, confused the whole while.
Yeah, right.
I am much more a fan of that.
What does he mean, big boy?
I'm a fan of that because it makes it more of a supporting spell.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is something that is cool to have for wizards
and then
and all
since it's a touch spell, you can still do it on yourself.
Yeah, absolutely. You can sacrifice your own. I like that better, actually.
Yeah, right. So that way you can use your action to beef up the person who will probably wind up doing more damage than you.
Exactly.
Or if you want to be an asshole, you can fucking do it to your enemies.
Here, have advantage.
Don't fucking kill me, please.
Kill me. So yeah, absolutely. So I like that. I will say
I win.
The unfortunate you didn't win. I made it so you could kill me. So I win.
No. You like my idea more names.
Oh yeah.
So I win.
No,
1 point for me.
Oh, we're in competition for that, aren't we? My admiration, right. I see. So the other thing that I think that True Strike is for those of you listening and watching, is now been put into our little private chat here that he has a point.
Yeah.
Okay, well, I didn't care until that message.
Fucking bring it.
So I will say though that True Strike unfortunately is outweighed by a specific class. The Mastermind Rogue. The Mastermind Rogue gets the ability to, as a bonus action, from 30 feet, give advantage to, or use the help action to anyone that they want to within 30 feet.
Damn.
So it is literally this, but better. Because it's a bonus action, it's not concentration, it's not a spell, it's just a thing you can do to just give somebody advantage. I used it a shit ton.
To be fair, I would be fine with that just being as it is, because that allows the Mastermind Rogue to stand out and do its thing.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just saying that True Strike is...
classes can use True Strike.
Yeah, no, I get that. And absolutely, it is its own thing, but that's kind of the example that I have of how that is way better than True Strike itself, and it's not a cantrip, right? If you made True Strike like what we were talking about, where you could give it to everyone else and it's still the action, I think that's better in a lot of cases, because you don't have to wait until you're level 3 to have that, right? Because this is the archetype thing that you get from Mastermind Rogue. But with what we're proposing for changes here, you can have that for a while, right?
Yeah.
And plus, it's not terrible to have both. Right, if we had both, that'd be super cool.
Just everyone buff the fuck out of the barbarian.
Yeah.
Play an MMO.
Go tank, go.
Yeah.
I heal.
So boring.
But anyway, let's get into this.
Gamers, True Strike has often been described as a pretty terrible spell and flatly worse than just attacking twice. In this video, we'll be discussing this cantrip, ways in which you can find quality use for it, and if those don't sell you, we'll be offering some revisions to it that might make it more viable.
Interested.
Wait a minute.
Wow me.
Isn't that the same music that How to Be a Great GM uses in his intros?
Oh, maybe.
Perhaps.
I think it is.
I'll be
Okay.
honest, I don't watch enough of his videos. Also, a suggestion for the group. What would you guys' thoughts on watching Z Bashu's True Strike video be after
I
this?
love that. It's short and sweet. It's great.
Sure. Yeah, it's really short, and we can fit that in before we do the other one.
Yeah, the Runesmith one.
Yeah. Let me just. I need to now know because you brought that up, and I want to see if it's the same.
Yeah.
It's not for that one. What was the other one that we watched? It was
Are you a dice tosser?
No. The one that we watched more recently.
Splitting the
Oh.
party. Is your party trying to die?
Yes. Thank you. Splitting.
Get to see Harry Potter how to be a great GM.
No, I'm putting it for me. I'm
Well,
not gonna put
shaved
it in the watch
Harry.
together.
Shaved
I mean,
Harry.
shaved Potter, not shaved Harry. What the fuck?
No, dude, I kind of like the idea of Shaved Harry. That's a good name, honestly.
Shaved
My
Harry.
name's Shaved Harry.
Hey.
It's similar, but it's not anywhere near as long or anything. It's just a single like
There we go.
honestly. No, it's not a point. Take that point
no,
away.
yeah,
It is not a
yeah.
point.
Aw,
Yeah,
okay.
that was me that was supporting it.
Oh, it's true. It's true.
Besides, if we want to get in depth with this game, we're gonna also have to go through all the backlogs of like stuff that I've come up with too.
Oh,
And
so
I'm
you're
pretty
gonna
sure
have
I'm
to,
winning on that.
So you're gonna have to go and listen to the podcast, is what you're telling me.
Fuck. I don't want to
Oh
do
no,
that.
not the podcast. Our entire friendship.
Oh, well,
Oh.
the documented parts of our friendship is the podcast. So
Hmm.
We never
You're
met each
gonna-
other before this podcast.
no, but it's the easiest
I
way to
know.
get your score up there. So
Yeah, yeah.
really. All right.
Viewer at home, we'll put out a bingo card for you
Oh,
next.
jeez.
Okay.
No.
Let me
You hear
begin
that,
by
viewer?
saying that
You're
I
working
don't
for us
disagree
now.
with the general consensus on this cantrip.
All right. Okay. Let's.
Yep.
Let me begin by saying that I don't disagree with the general consensus on this cantrip, generally.
Good.
That it takes an action, that it requires concentration. These are serious limitations to its applicability and use. However, there are ways around this, ways to make this cantrip, which you can use without limit, viable, and situations in which using your whole action to cast it is, in fact, worthwhile.
So the one that comes to my head immediately is metamagic, using Quicken Spell with sorcerers, so that you spend your 2 sorcery points to make a action spell into a bonus action. That combined with True Strike as a cantrip, meaning you can cast this cantrip and then cast your spell, means you get advantage to hit with that spell. Sure.
But again, the same problem comes up where you could just be like, just cast 2 of the same spell, and then you would have double.
Nope, because you can't cast 2 spells in one turn.
Oh, but couldn't you do quickened Eldritch Blast then?
So
Oh wait, no, sorcerer. My bad.
yeah, it's a sorcerer. First off, second off, I think you can quicken cantrips. I'm not entirely sure. I'd have to look.
Yeah.
But the other thing that I would say is that you have a limited number of sorcery points. So it is a resource that is dwindling, and you would be burning a lot just to make use of True Strike itself.
Yes.
So that is the other thing that I would say is not so great about it, because you could just, instead of that, use a cantrip of, say, Firebolt, and then a quicken spell of a better spell itself.
Yeah.
Right? To
So-
do more damage. So,
Yeah, exactly.
it depends. I mean, this is assuming you hit with both. But that is the thing right off the bat that I can say that would make True Strike at least somewhat okay, right?
Yeah.
But again, you're investing a lot.
Let's begin with my favorite use of the spell,
Ooh.
casting it before combat. You aren't always in a position in which you have a round to act before your foes do, but it does come up sometimes, and through clever play, you can make that situation come up more often.
Yes.
I mean, I'll be honest, if like I'm in tense negotiations with a group of ragtag homeless people who make money via killing people and selling their swords,
yeah.
and one dude in some robes points at me and starts doing some weird muju with one of his hands.
Yep.
I would trust
And then
that
all of a
man
sudden,
implicitly.
a bit of light like flies from his finger to me, and now I'm like slightly glowing. I'm not gonna be thrilled about it.
Yeah, it's one of those things as well because it lasts for a round. It's 6
so
seconds.
you got 6 seconds.
6 seconds of that, man. 6 seconds goes by really fast.
He starts
Sometimes
like
really
clutching the dagger with one hand and pointing at you with the other, and then like shaky, decrepit old man finger, and I'm like,
And I mean, its
I don't know
range
about
is
this
30
guy.
feet. So if you're
Yeah.
in a like, because it is completely silent because you move your hands. So if you're in a way of ambush, yeah, then maybe, like there is an argument there if you really want to try for it. But this relies on you being unable to be seen.
How
you
not
know.
to be seen?
Yes. So, again, it's something you
niche
could try.
situations.
Yeah.
Again,
it's-
you would need a little bit more tweaking of the spell itself.
I would just go in there and just start the combat with a surprise. Just go in there and
Mhm.
fight. Because already they're like, what? And then they get hit with, I don't know, fire. Ah.
We'll focus on 2 examples. First, just before negotiations fail. One of the pillars of D&D is role-playing and storytelling. If you have a DM who believes in this, then you'll find yourself talking to creatures before you possibly fight them. I'm one of these DMs. It happens all the time. When negotiations don't seem to be going well, or the party is intending on fighting the foe but wants some information first, or needs to buy time for some other element to be put in place, then a player casting True Strike in preparation is not only reasonable, it's highly valuable. You'll make your first attack in the forthcoming fight with advantage. It's as easy as gesturing towards your potential foe and uttering some warning or threat. As a DM, I wouldn't be bothered with the duration of the spell in such a situation, though the concentration would still come into play. If 7 seconds or 60 seconds later combat starts and the character has maintained the emotion associated with the gesture, go for it. Second,
Okay, so you've already changed the spell then. You've
Well, he
already
did say that he was going to hypothesize some tweaks.
that
Yeah.
would be later though. This is
we are later into the video from when he describes the spell.
I know, but he said he's starting out with situations that it can be used, and then later on he would change the spell, like promote or sorry.
Well, he has
go into-
provided a situation in which you can use the spell,
I-
and later on
yes,
provided it.
I agree.
Then he can later on from now provide a situation, and later on from that provide a tweak, and
I
then
agree.
later on
I agree with you. Yes. That is
Alejo
totally valid.
-1, Aiden 0.
Okay.
This
Great.
isn't a win for me, but it's a defeat for Alejo.
Second place is better than
So-
last.
So what I'm saying is that he is already changing the way that he uses the cantrip implicitly, right? He's already changed the fact that instead
Explicitly.
explicitly. Sorry. Yes. But he's changed it already to it doesn't matter how long it lasts for, even though it lasts for a round. It just, as long as you've already cast it, and then 60 seconds later, if combat starts and you're still feeling like you're gonna kill the guy, then it'll still be there, right?
Yeah.
So
Well, I think what he was doing there was as negotiations fail, and then when people start throwing insults,
Yeah.
you like point and you move your
Yeah.
arms a lot, and that's how you do the thing.
Yeah,
and
no,
so
I-
this is like when he's describing that, I get the impression and the mental image of like the argument just exploding then. And so in that sense, you would, if you want to follow the rules exactly, I would say you still probably have about 4 or so seconds. Because, like you throw that insult and then someone draws their sword and then you're in combat.
Mhm.
yes, I agree. Absolutely. I'm just saying the way that he's worded it, he's changed it.
Yeah.
So it's definitely changing the spell to make it work better, right?
Yeah.
Instead of using the spell.
Yeah.
Right? Because it even with the example, using the spell as is would be just not good, right? Because it could just not work. but
Yeah.
he's already changed the parameters so that it will work regardless.
Yep.
So, already homebrewed the spell.
Yes.
Call this the on my signal method. Foes, who are clearly foes, lie unaware of your presence. While your allies maneuver into position or make their own preparations, you focus in on your target. You don't want to alert the foe just yet with an attack. Your allies aren't ready, conditions aren't yet right, but when they are, you'll be very ready.
Oh, damn it,
The
I wanted to
first
see that
quite
shot.
viable use of this cantrip, casting True Strike before combat begins. Moving on to the second primary category of when True Strike might...
Yeah, we gave that example of like you're in ambush and you it's basically silent. So you can just go wait.
Wait, why does that bush have waving arms?
Exactly. Why is that bush pointing at me, dude?
Watch out. It's an ambush.
Hey!
might be useful, a situation when you can't or shouldn't waste your resources. This next spell you cast has to hit because you're running seriously low on spell slots.
Oh.
One arrow of Godslaying left. We have to make this count.
Sorry, yeah, no, watching that throw, oh my god, how? How does that happen? Wow.
That had to be an intentional
Yeah, that looked fucking...
throw as in
Yeah.
a wrestling throw.
Exactly.
Or done out of respect to the other team or something.
Something.
Yeah.
Cause man, oh man.
There was I didn't see any actual physical effort.
Yeah, he
put
didn't
into
push.
that.
He just let it kind of
exactly.
hold on.
Yeah, okay, so for those of you who are listening to the audio version, it's just a scene
It's a
from
free throw.
Yeah, it's a basketball game free throw. So
Cast has to hit because you're running
Yeah,
seriously.
Oh
low.
yeah. You can see his
that's totally
hand.
intentional.
He catches his own hand and stuff. If
Yeah.
you actually look at it. So
He got paid out by the other team.
Yeah.
Well, he's cheating.
spells.
Cut off his hands.
One arrow of Godslaying left. We have to make this count. The boss has just used his special repel, reflect, reverse, absorb, etc. ability, and we can't hurt him this round. When just attacking twice is not feasible or advisable, True Strike proves its worth. Along a similar vein, but worthy of its own category, where True Strike can be of value, is when you are in a situation where your attacks are made at disadvantage. While there are many, many abilities that your foes might have to make attacks against them be made with disadvantage, one more common one is the blinded condition. One could make the argument that even then, 2 attacks at disadvantage is better than 1 normal one, but those people aren't rogues. A rogue cannot use their sneak attack ability if the attack they're making is done with disadvantage.
They can't do it
Rogues can gain
They can't do it if it's with just a straight roll either. They have to have either advantage or the enemy is in some situation wherein they would be denied their tax opponents
No.
or they're flanking.
No. They just have to be engaged in 5e. With an ally.
Damn.
Yeah. It's either engaged with an ally or you have advantage.
Right, yeah, that's right. I was studying it up in 3.5.
Yes. No, 3.5 it makes more sense.
Yeah.
Cuz it kind of makes sense in 5e, I guess, cuz they're technically distracted by somebody else attacking, but they're not at the same time.
It's less a sneak attack and more an unguarded strike.
Yeah.
Yes.
And in 5e, I think the reason the intent that the writers had yes, thank you. You got that reference.
Yeah.
Very good, Boo.
Yeah. 2 points.
No.
Yeah, go ahead, sure, whatever.
Jesus Christ.
Was because if you're attacking a monster that is, or just an assailant that is already attacking one of your allies, you can literally just go behind them and flank them, and you get advantage. And it's a rule I typically don't use unless in situations, because it creates what I have dubbed the conga line of pain.
That's not what that was from. That was 4th edition. That was basically what that was.
Yeah, 4th edition had that problem, unfortunately, as well.
I don't know. I never touched 4th edition.
Me either. It doesn't.
Yeah,
exist.
in 4th edition, it was called. You were close. It's called the conga line of death.
Oh, there you go.
Where everybody would just flank everybody.
I think I've also heard that from XP to level 3 actually as well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I think so.
Damn, and here I was thinking I was original.
No,
Nobody's
nothing in
original
D&D is
anymore.
original. Remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Except for me.
But what about
Mm.
my super edgy, cool OC do not steal?
Ah, well, fuck you. So, so I guess, yeah, if you're an arcane trickster rogue and you take it and you want to take the time, I suppose, it would take away your attack. So, neat.
That's pretty cool.
Okay.
Access to True Strike in a variety of ways. The Arcane Trickster is obvious, but also the multi-class Rogue, High Elf Rogue, and a range of other ways. Disadvantage disables your main combat ability, and attacking once with Sneak Attack definitely beats 2 attacks without it. There are a couple more ways to get...
Again, it doesn't apply if you have no advantage, right? You need advantage, or they need to be engaged. Can't just be if you don't have disadvantage. That's not how. I mean, I guess if they're engaged always, right? Then if you don't have disadvantage,
Yeah, if you're fighting like Marrow or something and you're in waist high water,
yeah.
then this is essentially removing a barrier keeping you from doing your sneak attack and getting you on the way to doing it.
I have
But
to relook
fucking
at it.
dude, at that point, just come up with something better to do than stab them with your dagger.
Yeah.
Yeah. At that
I-
point, you're being a one-trick pony.
So
Say the words, rogue. Sneak attack. Yay!
You did it.
you don't
Except
need
no.
advantage on the attack roll if another enemy of the target is within 5 feet of it. The enemy isn't incapacitated, and you don't have disadvantage on the attack roll. Yeah. Okay. So, I guess if you want to counter the fact that you have disadvantage, then you can spend an action for your entire turn to then get killed by the thing because, man, oh man, you're a rogue and you waited in full cover. Although, no, you can
Well,
bonus
you-
action hide.
yeah.
Okay.
And you can also
and move and dash.
you can do it from a range and then move up and attack.
And you can do it from a range and then move away and attack, I think, as well. Right? Like, you do it from 30 feet and then you move away and then you attack.
Yeah, you could if you're using a short bow, but I was
Yeah.
going for the stereotypical rogues use daggers.
Okay. Yeah, fair enough. Yeah, you can do that too then.
Yeah.
But yeah. Sure, I guess.
In D&D 5th edition, you have a move action and an action
That's true.
Ugh.
And a bonus action.
and a bonus action.
Mhm.
And potentially
Get
free
some
actions.
value out of
Mhm.
this spell. The first is using it with a quicken spell meta magic. This will let you fire
Right.
off that next spell with greater accuracy, though of course
That's what-
it costs
that's what I
sorcery
said.
points. It also has an interesting
It makes it really easy to hit that 13 to fireball the
I
Demogorgon.
knew it was coming.
Yep.
God damn it. Stop!
Never.
Why must you roll a 13, Will? Why must you roll a 13?
Because
He's Will, and he's the worst character.
it's because it's Demogorgon, and he's bad, so you gotta roll 13, and it's unlucky because that's also bad.
Wait.
So you gotta match his badness. You gotta get on the same wavelength of bad.
Yeah.
It's because the Demogorgon is immune to fire. As such, you need to roll above a 13 to have your fireball count.
Exactly.
Come on, Alejo, keep up.
Okay, alright.
Yeah. First
action with a
edition was a
feat like
strange
Sentinel.
place.
Given that the effect lasts 1 round, this means it will apply to attacks of opportunity you make against the foe you've targeted. If your goal isn't
Ugh.
Is that true? Wait a minute.
I would say that. Yeah, I would
I
say
just
that
wanna
that
look-
is
I just-
technically what the rules say.
Yeah, I just want to look at the wording again just to make sure, but
It doesn't have to be first attack, does it? It just
you gain advantage on your first attack roll against the target. So
Never mind.
as long as that target is the one that you're doing your attack of opportunity against, I guess so, yeah.
just to reduce their hit points to 0, or if you aren't in a position to do so, and you really need to stop them from moving, using your action to cast True Strike would give you advantage on your attack of opportunity and a better chance of taking down their movement speed, preventing them from escaping.
Okay.
I think this round length duration has a
So-
range of underused.
So this requires the fact that you would be a combat caster of some degree, right?
Mhm.
And True Strike is for wizards, sorcerers, and warlocks.
Or at the very least, you take the magic initiative feat.
Or you take the Magic Initiate feat if you really want to do that. And then you also need another feat of Sentinel, which you can take later at level 8. Or unless you're a variant human, so maybe level 4, right? It depends on which one you take first.
Yeah.
So if you... and I would assume in the beginning you'd take Magic Initiate first. Maybe? I mean... man, that's 2 feats just to make True Strike useful.
Yep.
Okay. I mean, yes, if you're a caster initially and then you take Sentinel, then you're some sort of tanky caster, and sure, you're doing that kind of thing. That's, I guess so, if your purpose is just to do CC. Sure. Okay.
Yeah.
But
again, you are now, that's what you do now.
yeah, that's your thing now. Okay. Cool.
Used applications. Now, with all that in mind, the spell could still use some work. So here are a few of my own revisions as potential substitutes for your games.
now.
The first would make it function like the guidance cantrip, but for attack rolls.
Okay, wait. So, touch one willing creature. Once before the spell ends, the target can roll a d4 and add the number rolled to one attack roll of its choice. One attack roll of its choice. That's weird. It can roll the die before or after making the attack roll. The spell then ends. Oh, okay, for a minute. Okay, so it lasts even longer, and it's a touch, and you can do it for anyone.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. I mean, so then
There's Bardic Inspiration that's touch, basically.
yeah, it's a touch, Bardic Inspiration, or Bless. That's
Except
unlimited.
it's still concentration.
That's unlimited though.
Yeah.
And it doesn't do 3 creatures, but it is for attack rolls. So I don't know, man, because like Bless is really good, and like making a lesser Bless makes Bless less good. I feel
A lesser bless makes bless lesser.
yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. Yeah, because this Bless gives it for attack roll or saving throw, and this just makes it so that you could just do it for attack rolls. Not any attack roll, it has to be one attack roll. So I don't know. Still don't like it. I'm not sure about that.
Well, it's just revision 1, so
I know,
see
I
how
know,
many
I
he's
know.
got. Watch, this is the only
This
one.
makes the cantrip more valuable
got at
because you
least one
can, more reliably, apply it before fight. And it has also been changed to allow you to cast it on others. This means not only are you more team player and involved, but there's a better chance of getting full use out of it because there's less risk of your concentration being broken before you can actually utilize the effect. The second would make it more niche, but more effective in that niche.
Touch a willing creature once before the spell ends. The next attack roll the target makes ignores the effects of half and 3/4 cover. Situational, yes.
Very
extremely situational, and basically mostly for ranged combat.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Have you
That's pretty much
guys
it.
ever used? I've used half cover. I think maybe once or twice.
I haven't.
Ever used 3/4 cover?
No.
Oh,
3/4
I've
cover?
used-
No, never.
I've used half cover once.
Yeah, I've used half cover maybe once or twice, honestly. Like, not much, because I don't think about it.
Yeah.
And which I guess is more of a faulting on my part, because some things should have half cover.
Because
And
usually
adversely
you're not
might-
like sieging a castle.
Yeah.
That's the thing.
Mhm.
I've given half cover because of creatures as well sometimes too.
Yes, I've done that.
Yeah, so but 3/4 cover I've not really encountered too much.
I didn't even know that was a thing. I thought it was just half and full.
No, yeah, 3/4
Did-
is 5 plus 5, and then half is plus 2, I believe.
I believe so.
Yeah, I could check, but at the moment I don't feel like it.
Yeah.
I'll check.
Okay, thank you.
God damn it. We could have moved on to revision 3.
No, we can move on.
No,
And,
yeah, I was
Okay.
gonna move
Yeah.
on, and then you said something, Boo.
plus 2 bonus to AC.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. I hate myself.
allowing the subject of the spell to ignore cover effects against a foe. Its application has also been changed to a touch rather than a self-only effect. The third would function as the original would, but it would be a bonus action to cast.
So the bonus action problem is a problem.
Yeah, that's the problem.
The
'Cause you can
bonus
just do it
action
over and over
thing
again.
is just the problem. And this, okay, so you send your hand. It's just the same thing, but it's bonus action and it just happens immediately because
Yep.
you might as well just use it immediately if that's what you're gonna do.
Yeah.
Again, it just makes it really.
Oh, no, wait a
it's a
minute.
first level
Yes,
spell now.
Yeah, it's a first level spell.
Okay.
Okay, then.
Ooh. Okay.
And it's the next attack roll made against the target. Instead of a buff, it's a debuff.
Well, it's still the same. Like that's the same way that True Strike is. In this, it's you point at a target and then it's at that target.
But here's the thing, though. This wording makes it so that anybody can make that attack. It's not
Yes.
just for you.
Oh
it's
no,
not you.
really?
Yep.
on.
Yeah.
The next attack roll made against the target, not the next attack roll you
Well,
make.
that you make.
Ooh.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah, you're debuffing an enemy
that's
to allow the barbarian to clean up.
I want to see what level Fairy Fire is because
Yeah.
man, oh man. Yep, first level. Okay.
But it's a bonus action, and
Yeah.
Yeah.
yeah. Honestly, if it was a bonus, I'd probably make this like level 2.
I
don't
don't.
know.
Again, I don't think we should. I don't think
I
the
would
revision
just make it
should.
an action.
Yeah. Again,
like-
I would make it also an action, and I
Yeah.
don't think True Strike should be a spell. Like
Yeah.
this. No, it's
Either
sinking.
that or power this thing the fuck up and make it a high level spell.
Yeah.
That you
Yeah.
can do.
Yeah.
Yeah, that
honestly.
would make it pretty cool, actually.
Yeah.
Make its like duration like say a minute.
Yeah.
Make it 6th level.
Yeah.
And make it where it's all of the attack rolls against the target are done with advantage.
And hell, maybe even boost add a blank of damage. Again, 6th level spell. Again.
Yeah, but
Yeah, but
you're
whole
already.
minute for a team of people wailing on it.
Yeah,
It's basically
Add the damage. No.
it's you basically like pointing at a person
Yeah.
and going fuck them up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
exactly.
It's fucking Mark of Death from Skyrim.
Yeah, kind of.
Yeah.
Marked for death. That's
Yeah,
it.
yeah. Yeah. Again, I that would make it at least better.
Yeah.
I
But
don't-
again, that's turning it into a 6th level spell.
into a
not
6th level
cantrip.
spell, exactly. So like that would be fine with me. But like this first level doing this shit, no, you already have Fairy
Yeah.
Fire that kind of does. As long as they make because this is just you point and it's done, right? Like this is just you have nothing that you can do about it. Whereas Fairy Fire is like you have to make a dex save, or else maybe then you'll have advantage against you, right? Like it's don't like it. It's way too good, way too good. Don't like it.
In this manner, you could combo it with damaging cantrips or ranged or melee attacks more effectively. To offset this significant boost to potency, it would be moved to require a first level spell slot. The fourth, a third level version, would allow you to extend the effect to your whole party until the beginning of their next turn. And the last then just twice. In this
Sorry about
as
that.
the original
Fucking one
would,
of
but it
those
would be a
things.
bonus action to cast.
Okay, so this one.
In this ma-
Okay,
one-
so the wording is not it's not specific enough. So this
Yeah,
first level
exactly.
version only applies to your attack roll.
It was
The
supposed
third level
to.
version would be for everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
So first level version, if it's just for you, I can see it.
Again, bonus action though. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
it's still the bonus action thing that I don't
but
like.
it is still a first level spell.
Yeah,
So
it kind of
it's-
balances it out, which I guess is better. So maybe I'd have to think about it more.
Yeah,
but-
same.
But
If-
like,
yeah.
I don't know. I think I'd have to use it honestly just to see because I can't.
Yeah.
It's just. But
Yeah.
Now,
Play
let me
testing
ask
would
you-
definitely be necessary.
exactly.
Let me ask you this: who can get Fairy Fire?
Like so many people, like every.
Okay,
Yeah.
pretty much everybody.
Yeah.
Okay.
Druids, wizards. I'm not sure about sorcerers or bards.
I'll check. Bards get. Let's see.
Well, here, I'll just look it up in the thing.
Oh, I'm looking at it right now. Yeah.
Yeah.
Bards do not get. Oh no, they do. Bards get it, and then some clerics even get it. I think.
Yeah, if you're like
Yeah, druid gets it. Yeah. I think-
Artificer, Bard, Cleric, Light, Druid, Warlock, and the Mark of Finding. Yeah,
Yeah, Mark of Finding.
Artificer, Bard, a Light Cleric, a Druid, and an Archfey Warlock.
Yep.
That's
so
it.
a lot of people get it still.
Yeah.
Wizards also get it. I thought.
Nope. Not in this. I'm using the app.
Oh, they don't. Weird.
And it's taken from Player's Handbook, so
Yeah, you're right. You would think though. Okay. Well, yeah. But still,
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Again. So it's up in the air.
This is a cantrip
require
that's so.
testing.
This is a cantrip that so many classes get anyway.
Yeah.
Um,
They gave it to everyone, hoping someone would find some use for it.
Yeah.
And no one ever did.
Manner, you can combo
So
it with
again, we need
damaging
to
cantrips,
revise that
or
wording
ranged or
there.
melee
But
attacks
I want to
more
look at the
effectively.
exact wording of the
To
second-
offset
the
this
fourth one.
significant boost to potency, it would be moved to require a first level spell slot. The fourth, a third level version.
Okay.
Okay.
So
All
action.
creatures of your choice within range gain advantage.
And
Okay.
this is an action.
Yes, this is an action
This is
and a third level.
Gain advantage and their attacks ignore 1/2 and 3/4 cover. Okay.
Until beginning of next turn.
Yeah, that's until the beginning of your next
Your
turn,
next
so the caster.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yes.
Yes.
So
Third level. I was thinking instead of 6, maybe 5th level. But again, I don't know. Yeah. Maybe. Again, playtesting, right?
Maybe not.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Maybe not.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Would allow you to extend the effect to your whole party until the beginning of their next turn. And the last revision, a bit unusual, but perhaps might be fun to use.
5th level.
Oh
my
Jesus.
god, 8 hours! A minute casting time!
Okay, so you gain insight into events to come. You return with a feeling best described as less than optimistic. Okay, you won't stand for that.
I like that.
Roll 3 d20s. All creatures of your choice within range can choose to save 2 of the results you have rolled. They can replace any attack roll made by them with one of these rolls. You must then choose to do so before they roll. So you basically give the wizard divination thing that
Yeah.
you get to anyone for 5th level spell slot.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Ooh, that's
no,
strong.
no.
Okay.
You also just give people luck.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
That could be cool.
It'd be interesting. When a recipient of these dice finishes the long rest, they lose any unused rolls. Okay.
So now it is a weaker version because it doesn't last all day. It's only 8 hours.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's also for sorry. All creatures of your choice.
Yeah.
Within 30 feet, and you can
So,
fit in a lot of people in
The
30
weird thing that I see here is all creatures of your choice within range can choose to save 2 of the results you have rolled. So everyone can get, if you roll a natural 20,
Everybody can get a nat
Everybody gets
20.
a nat 20.
everyone can get a nat 20, and
Yeah.
hell, you might get 2, and everyone can get 2 nat 20s, right?
Yep.
Holy fuck.
Conversely, though, you can roll like 2 nat 1s, and you've wasted a 5th level spell slot.
It is true. It is true. But they could, and this is only, they can replace any attack roll made by them with one of these. So this is only for them to use on attack
Yeah.
rolls.
Yes.
So you can't choose to
Okay.
get somebody else to fuck up.
I think the easiest way to balance this
Yeah.
would be to average like average party DPS for like say a 10th level party or so.
Right.
And then see what average DPS is, and then do some quick analytics for how likely nat 20s are.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean,
Because this is totally a situation that you can math out.
yeah. I feel better about this, honestly. Like, this seems fine as a revision to it.
I think something that I would do is if like when you roll the 3d20s, if you roll a 20, that won't count as a crit. It'll just be a guarantee. That'll just be a hit.
Yeah, it'll be a 20.
Yes.
The only suggestion I would have for this would be change the name away from True Strike,
Yeah.
because this isn't really keeping in the spirit of
Yeah, this is insight, right?
This
Yeah.
has gone so far beyond that.
Yeah, when you think of True Strike, you think of a definitive strike that you spend a little while meditating and you say, okay, I am going to hit them hard, I will hit them here.
Exactly.
And that's kind of what True Strike is trying to enable.
Mhm.
Honestly, it wouldn't be a bad, like, thing to give to monks as part of their key thing.
That actually would be kind of cool.
Oh, like have
It
them
would be
have one
like-
of the effects be True Strike.
Yeah.
Like expansive
Spend-
meditation or something.
Spend a key point to gain advantage or something like that.
Yeah. On your next strike. Yeah, it would encourage more key point use.
Yeah.
They already the only argument that I have against it is that monks are already super broken.
Yeah.
Like stunning strike, man oh man, you want advantage, they give everyone advantage with that stunning strike, my dude.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And they can do stunning strike after every hit if they hit until it
That's
works.
Jesus.
Just
and it
sensory
lasts-
overload.
And it lasts until their next turn. So they can do it on their turn when it happens again and just keep the guy stunned.
In fairness, though, like, you will burn through your key points so fucking quickly.
Oh, absolutely, but you get your key points back on the short rest.
Yep.
It's true.
Like, if you want to burn them all and then take an hour, you're fucking good. So, I agree it would be cool and it would make more sense, and I would say yes if they didn't have so many things that they could do that was already, like, super good, right?
Yep.
It is essentially a portent for attack rolls. It is a 5th level spell, affects all creatures of your choice after a minute of casting, and grants them their choice of 2 of 3d20 rolls that they can then replace an attack roll with. In conclusion, True Strike could definitely use some overall improvement, and we've shared a couple of versions of how that could be accomplished. However, it should also not be dismissed so easily, as there are more than a few ways to make it viable, even quite strong, in certain circumstances.
Yeah, but you're taking a cantrip to only be for those circumstances.
Yeah.
Whereas you can use other cantrips in most every circumstance.
Well, if you want to take it for a build or a particular
Oh, yeah.
character, like roleplay wise, then that's how you can use it.
Exactly,
So,
yeah.
At least there's that.
These are definitely ways to do it, and again, that's totally fine if you want to. It's just something that quite literally everyone has a consensus of,
It's
maybe
bad.
not take that, though.
Yeah.
Right?
The comments below, I welcome your thoughts on the
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I
Again,
mean,
Not
again,
bad.
again, like, he makes good points.
Yeah.
I don't have too much of an issue with them.
Yeah.
It's just
Because the thing is, like, his points on making it more viable are good points. It's
Mhm.
just that, again, it's unfortunate, but every point can be countered with, but you could just take blank instead.
or you
That's
can do
the
such
thing.
and such instead. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
so he's done it. Here's the thing. Even though we can counter all those arguments with that, that does feel like taking the easy way out. And so I would say he's done a pretty good job of presenting ways that True Strike can be used, at least better than it seems at first. You know what I mean?
I wouldn't say easy way out. I again, we're just bringing up valid counterpoints, right?
Oh,
Like,
I know.
it's nothing to do with an easy way, regardless of it being,
What I mean is, like, he's taken the time to come up with these ideas for how to use it, and then we
Uh-huh.
basically just brush them aside by saying, just don't and take something else. That's what I mean by saying the easy way out. Like,
That's fair.
we're not putting anywhere near as much thought into our argument as he has his.
So I wouldn't say
Against-
that. Wouldn't say that
No.
at all.
But what I'm saying, just for that specific thing, where he's coming up with an argument and we're just saying or not.
We didn't.
That's
though.
that's what I'm saying.
we gave our reasons. Though.
We gave reasons. He provided an example. We disagreed and provided a counter example.
Exactly. We
Both
didn't just
sides
say
have
no.
provided an example.
Exactly.
It's true.
This is
Yeah.
this is discussion.
Yes.
This is an argument. Excuse me.
Yeah.
And so again, like, and I'm not detracting from. Yes, he did do a good a good handful of examples that actually do work. Yes.
Yeah.
I'm
I
not
don't think
completely
any of us are here to discredit the video.
exactly.
Yeah.
No, the video's good, and all that he said is good. I just again find it all so situational that it can be a thing that is done when you are in those situations.
Yeah.
And whereas you can have other things that are potentially better in those situations.
Usually better.
Quite literally all the time.
Yeah.
So again, I agree if you are someone who has never thought about the True Strike applications, that this is good. To use it in different situations if you're going to use it for a cantrip slot, but I don't necessarily endorse that you take True Strike because of this. Right?
Yeah.
If you want to take True Strike for a character reason, fucking sweet, do it.
Yeah.
Oh my god, yes, that is a much better reason in my opinion than fucking
The combat reason.
exactly. So, okay, well, that is
And so
Dawn Forge
now-
cast.
Yeah. Now we
Uh,
should do the Z Bashu video.
Sure,
'cause it's
yeah.
good.
Let me get that. Bashu, True Strike. So this is the final bit that we will do on the cantrips.
This episode .net.
Didn't mean to skip that, but he was just doing a Humblewood thing, which Humblewood is cool, and I bought it, and I have it, and I've yet to do anything with it.
Nice.
Okay. Yeah.
Sponsorship for the awesome Kickstarter Humblewood.net. When I was still getting to know the system, I rolled up a Dexy Draconic Sorcerer. I had a whole strategy to use mobility spells to bounce around the field, jumping and feather falling into combat, my Blade Ward ready. I wanted to make a single class Gish, and I thought a Sorcerer was the key.
What? I looked it up once, but what the fuck is Gish again? Do you guys
I think he
remember?
Is it Gish or did he mean to say GIF?
No, it's Gish. It's
Okay,
definitely
it's Gish.
I've heard it from multiple different creators,
Okay.
so I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what it is either.
I'm not. Gish is a term relating to character classes. It specifically refers to a character who is capable of both melee combat and magic with relatively equal adeptness.
Okay, gotcha.
Okay then.
Yeah, I've just heard that a bunch, and like I don't know where it came from. So
Yeah, me
It's just
neither.
one
I
of
thought it
those
was
things.
GIF.
yeah, no.
I was looking into the archetype, though, I stumbled across an interesting cantrip. Welcome to this animated spellbook, True Strike. Basically, True Strike lets you call out a creature and use magic to tune into their movements, see weaknesses in
this.
their defenses, gaps in their armor. It's kind of like that thing in anime where they're like, wing!
Taijutsu, the ancient fighting style, known for its heavy reliance on raw power. I must use my speed and strike at the leg.
Anyway, we were told of a desert town where my character had inherited a plot of land, and so we went to go and claim our new base, the generations abandoned inn. As soon as we got inside, we could feel that something was amiss. Giant scorpones. Well, regular-sized scorpions. But it was our first fight, and it was time to strut our stuff, show off our abilities. I raised my hand and I pointed at one of the scorpions who was eyeing me to cast True Strike. Time to die, Scorpone. And I knew his every move before he made it. The fighter split one of them in half. The cleric smashed another to bits with his hammer. The warlock whiffed an eldritch blast into a dusty couch. It was nearly time for my turn. I was ready. I saw to dodge. He leans back to the right. That would be my place to strike. And it was time! Tiger style! Oh, no, overexcited. It was the scorpion's turn. It leapt through the air. Its engorged venom
Inside
bulb
the end.
glistening in the desert It rolled a critical success. 2 piercing damage plus, oh my god, 2d8 poison. At which point, I think 30% of my blood supply was replaced by venom. And of course, I lost concentration. And the final scorpion finished the job with a modest stab, 3 damage, and I was unconscious. At first I tried to blame bad luck, and then I started thinking about it. True Strike takes up one of your cantrips, an important feature. It gives you advantage on your next round against a specific creature.
It's like an Animal Crossing when you get stung by bees.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
yeah.
It's concentration, and only for 1 round. So if you get hit hard and lose concentration, have to switch targets, your target gets killed or leaves range, or you cast any spells. Basically, if anything happens except what you expect to happen, you waste a round. And for what exactly? To roll 2d20s and take the highest roll. Couldn't you just attack twice in 2 rounds? Rolling 2d20s with twice the potential damage output?
Yeah.
And with that realization, unconscious, I did a test roll. Just to see if I would have hit the scorpion that had replaced 20% of my blood with poison on my first roll. Oh, and look at that, an 18. I could have killed him, but instead I wasted a turn fantasizing about hitting him, and I got wrecked. True Strike is bad. There are builds, I'm sure, rogues, etc., where maybe it helps, but if you aren't getting sneak attacks or planning some grand assassination, just pick up Firebolt. Most people can't kill someone in a single hit anyways. Thanks.
Yeah, okay. So
Yeah.
he puts it very, very well.
Yep.
It's fucking bad.
Yep, it bad.
It fucking bad.
It bad.
Because of, like, legitimately, it's just on the one person. Like,
Yeah.
fucking, if that person's dead because of your fighter, man, oh man.
Yeah, fucking, ugh.
Like, what am I supposed to do with this action that I wasted last turn? Neat. Never getting that back. But yeah, True Strike.
You stole my fighter. You stole 6 seconds from me.
I'll never get those 6 seconds and 15 feet of movement back. God,
You still here?
damn it.
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay, it dropped you out of the watch together.
Oh, that'd be because I absentmindedly closed the tab.
Nice.
In the middle of the video?
Well, the video was done. He was just doing the
The
whole
video's
thing.
done. Video's done. Video's done. Okay, so let's take an intermission here, and we'll come back with a good old-fashioned RuneSmith video.
Oh boy.
I'm looking forward to it.
Well, but one that's a little suspect.
At least in the beginning. The last half is perfectly fine.
I have faith in RuneSmith to put out quality content.
Yeah. Talking about I wanted to make a druid that was like a vermin shaman who
a cancer mage.
Oh, is that a thing?
That's a thing in 3.5.
Oh.
Yep.
Then yeah, I guess that.
I actually have an idea for necromancers, how they can sort of be a cancer mage.
Mm-hmm.
You can take a body, right? And you can treat it like a petri dish.
Okay.
And you can just like fill it full with diseases, and then like just lop off chunks of it and throw them into wells and poison towns' water supplies.
The problem is I could never have a character like that in a regular party because that's some pretty fucking destructive behavior to like the entire world unless we had an evil campaign.
Exactly.
You remember one time, I think I was discussing it with you guys, the idea I had for taking a dead body, opening it up from sternum to stomach, taking out the internal organs, replacing them with gunpowder, a glyph of warding, and ball bearings.
I vaguely remember that, yeah.
Yeah. And then you have to like walk into a barracks or something and then detonate the glyph of warding. And it's a walking bomb basically, but you can also take those bodies that you've infested with disease and make them a bomb and just have a dirty bomb like detonate.
A literal dirty bomb.
Yeah, actually. That'd be interesting, yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Two little ideas I've had.
Yeah, and then I have another idea that I'm going to try to keep to myself because it's a
Yeah.
character I want to make and then run in my own world.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, that's why like necromancers, there's so much you can do with them, and like basic
Yeah.
ass zombies are so boring. Like, why people become necromancers because they're curious and they're experimental about life and death.
Yeah.
Why would they literally not just take other people who's like, oh, that body right there isn't suitable as a zombie, but its biceps are okay. Why don't I stitch on its biceps onto the biceps of a zombie that is suitable and make a zombie that punches really hard?
Yeah. Right.
Be a flesh weaver.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Why don't I take like a sharpened radius bone and like hide it in the inside of a zombie's forearm and then have it undergo like spring tension and it becomes like a praying mantis zombie?
Oh my god. Sounds awesome.
Yeah, dude. Like there's
Then
a
have
reason.
like Jiangxi and have like hopping zombies that have like the fucking they would have like praying mantis arms type
Mhm,
thing.
mhm,
That'd be kind of cool.
There's a creature I made. It's called the Bone Plate Detonator. Imagine like a tank from Left 4 Dead 2.
Uh-huh.
And it charges for you, and it's got bone covering the like pretty much the entirety of its body, and
Mhm.
its whole body is covered with glyphs of warding
Oh jeez.
that explode. And what it does is it just charges into the middle of a group and slams its fists down and centers an explosion on itself.
Mhm.
And it takes some damage, but because it's so covered with bone, it gets advantage on the saving throw.
Mhm.
Um, and the way to fight it is to just select one person from your group who's beefy to fight it like real close, and everyone else spreads the fuck out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly. Well,
Okay.
welcome back.
Yeah.
We are here again, performing
So
for
this-
you.
You can't prove that.
Oh, shit.
This was a video that I suggested
Mhm.
personally, and
I remember watching it a long while ago. I just don't remember
yeah.
the content.
The only issues that I have with the video are in the beginning.
Okay.
Because that's when he lists the ones that he thinks are useless.
Mhm.
And then
I
after
think I've
that,
seen this.
You probably have, yeah.
I remember
Yeah.
this shot.
yeah.
Then I've followed Brune Smith's content for quite a while.
Yeah, exactly.
And then after that, after that, he lists items that are pretty universally accepted as good, like rope and shit like that.
Right.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Rope, oil, etc.
Well,
So,
that being
yeah.
said, this is the most useless items in D&D.
Yes.
By Runesmith. So let
Yep.
us begin.
Do you remember when you looked at starting equipment when you were making your character and then you looked at it again? Neither do I, because starting equipment generally sucks.
Yes, I have.
I think we've
watched
all
this.
agreed on that, but it's actually not true. I mean, in some cases, it absolutely is true, and I'm going to start with those specific cases. First off, I'm going to start with Acid Vial. You can either splash this shit.
What?
I told you,
Why would
acid
this
vial
be,
is useless.
Why would it be useless? How is this useless?
He goes on to explain it.
Okay.
Hit at somebody or throw it at 20 feet and it shatters. And if it hits as an improvised weapon, which means you can never really actually have proficiency with this thing, it will do 2d6 acid damage, and that is it. Can I ask the people who made this item why it cost 25 gold per use? That's ridiculous. Next up is
I agree if you're buying it flat out.
Yeah, if you're buying it and like you haven't talked with your DM and be like, "Hey,
Well-
can we get this for a little bit less potentially?"
I mean,
or
not
something
even
like that.
Why don't you just
yeah.
make it? So
Yeah, you could make it or steal it, or I mean, hell, you guys
Well, you
already
can
went
steal
through
any item.
yeah, it's true.
exactly.
That's the thing.
But yeah, have you never thought
So,
to I don't
let
know,
me-
pour it on a lock?
Yeah, that's the thing. I was gonna say the acid itself can be used in multiple ways.
Yeah,
I don't see why you relegate it just to throwing.
yeah.
That is what you can do with it. Yes, that's what. The
That
book
is one of
says.
the that is one way that you can use it.
But I mean, even so, like, even if I'm spending 25 gold to buy it outright, then I can use that bit of acid to, I don't know, melts maybe 2 or 3 locks that are worth, I don't know,
The
75.
the book does not actually mention that you can melt locks. It's much like the acid splash spell when we talked about that and how we all communally agreed it should be allowed to melt locks.
Right.
Yeah.
But it is not in the book.
Let me I'll look at it here as well.
It is on page 148.
Yeah,
Thank you.
but here's the thing with the acid splash spell. With the acid splash spell, one, it's magic and it's a magical attack, and it specifically states that it can be used on creatures and that it's instantaneous,
Yes.
so you can't save it. With this, it's a bottle of physical acid that you can just dump on shit.
Yeah, it does say, in either case, may make a ranged attack against a creature or object treating the acid as an improvised weapon, yes. But
Yeah.
I don't see why you can't have the critical thought to go, I can just take the acid, uncork the vial, the cap, or whatever, however the fuck the acid is, like, in there.
It'd be
Yeah.
screwed on because
Okay.
acid would eat through cork.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah.
So I unscrew the cap and then pour it, like...
Yeah, like
Is
onto
that-
the smallest part of the lock to begin melting through it. And hell, even if your DM rules like, it's probably not going to get all the way through, you can still
Right, it
have it be like
makes
it
it-
melts through enough of it to where it's weakened, and you can do a strength check to break the small part of the lock.
Yeah, especially combined with, like, a crowbar or something. That's really
Yeah,
easy to get.
That being said, I will provide my my background as a man who is a chemist by trade.
Yeah.
With the exception of something like fluoroantimonic acid or otherwise like carborane, like super acids,
Yeah.
which are described as such because they're above sulfuric acid in terms of activity.
Yeah.
Even those are recent, or in terms of describing like medieval times, those are
Yeah.
recently discovered acids.
Yeah.
And even sulfuric acid, which back then would have been difficult to obtain, but not impossible. Even back then, like sulfuric acid does not have the strength necessary to eat away a lock in any sort of timely manner.
Yeah.
I had
So-
a classmate of mine in a lab once drop off a little bit of like an eyedropper thing.
Mhm.
Oh no, actually no, that was hydrochloric acid she dropped it in. Either way, like that dropper was still there at the end of the semester.
Yeah.
Granted, the acid was tinged brown because of it.
Mhm.
But like acids typically are not necessarily fast acting.
Yeah.
Okay.
But here's my counter to that: fantasy.
Yes, magical acid.
Yeah,
Well,
that's the thing.
yeah. And that's why I typically allow it.
yeah,
Yeah,
exactly.
I
So
But I can understand the writers not including it.
yeah,
I
exactly.
can. So that's the thing as well. The intent, the rules as written and the rules as
Intended.
intended or employed, even.
Implied. Yeah.
Or implied. Yeah. The what I gather from what they made in the material, this is going through a lot of the different materials, as in, like, I will specifically state Xanathars. When you look in Xanathars and you go to the Samurai Cavalier and Arcane Archer subclasses, there's a little box that says we took the spirit of those classes that are seen in portrayals of movies and media and such, and used them. And I honestly get that impression from all of their work, that they're taking the media impression of this kind of stuff more so than the historical accuracy.
Yeah.
So in that respect, I feel like, and again, I don't know, but I have strong evidence to back up my thoughts of, they are looking at the acid like the movies do, where you take the acid, you splash the acid, it instantly corrodes basically whatever it's on, like the alien fucking blood.
Yeah.
And that's the acid, right?
And yet, side note, and
Mhm.
yet no one ever thinks about the fact that it always like hisses and steams,
Yep.
and like people are just like, "Oh, this steam is fine," and
yeah,
like that's
yeah.
highly
Oh no,
toxic.
Breathe
it's
that
fucking,
shit in.
it's a horrible thing, absolutely.
Do
Um,
not breathe that in, even
no.
in the parts per trillion. Like,
Exactly.
ooh.
Yeah. no.
But again, I'm I think that using what they kind of provide as their basis of what they've written and how things should act, I feel like that itself will also lead to the fact of acid can be used in this way.
Yeah. And don't get me wrong, I totally use in my games. If you want to melt a lock with acid, go for it. It may be varying levels of success based on how good the lock is.
Right, exactly.
But yeah, like go for it. But at the same time, RuneSmith is kind of constrained right now with the fact that he has to treat all of these items rules as directly written.
So he doesn't have to.
He doesn't have to.
I don't think that's true. I don't think he has to.
Yeah.
He, in fact, has told us many a time that rule of cool is more of a good thing to use because he really likes it.
Yeah,
So,
and in his campaigns, I'm sure he does. But like,
well,
if you're making if you're making a video objectively stating the worst items in Dungeons and Dragons, you can go only off of the metric that Dungeons and Dragons 5th edition explicitly states. And they do not specifically mention being allowed to melt through locks, which is what most of us would use it for. Except me, I would also use it for torture, but...
Well, yeah, of course.
I mean,
as one does.
If I were to make a video... well, first... excuse me, Jesus. Coronavirus.
Cough into your elbow, not the mic.
Yep.
Yeah, good God. Don't get me sick.
First...
I'll get a computer virus.
Yeah. One, I wouldn't make a video saying most useless items in D&D. Second, if I had to make a video called most useless items in D&D, I would go through there and then think about
tweaks.
Yeah.
No, I actually wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that first. What I would do first is be like the one that I would go to first, and this is just off the top of my head, and you're free to correct me if there are tons of uses for this. The first thing I would go for would be pythons for like climbing walls. But here's the thing: I know what you're saying; they're really useful for climbing walls, but so is a rope and a grappling hook. And rope has significantly more uses than a hammer and a python. Because a hammer you can use for whatever you want. Obviously, it's a hammer. But a python is specifically used for that mostly.
I actually today spent a little bit of time thinking about combat pythons.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, again. But here's the thing. If you have... you would have to... you got to hammer it in. It makes climbing checks for everybody else easier. But... at the same time, you could just buy a rope, which is more useful, and a grappling hook, which can be used, again, in a multitude of different ways in conjunction with that rope.
Yeah.
You just have your fighter or your strong guy throw it up there, and then everybody can get up there instead of having to make a ton of noise hammering the pythons in.
Well,
etc.
isn't exactly quiet.
I do have...
So again, you're totally free to tell me how I'm wrong, but that's just the one that I would have started with.
Yeah. What about cliffs?
Yeah, I was gonna say...
Yeah, that too.
Not all cliffs have like a ton of space for a grappling hook.
Yeah,
it's true. But how many do you climb a lot of cliffs in your campaigns? I'm just curious.
No, but they also don't have pythons.
It's true.
So I would say that honestly, with D&D, the most prevailing thing is that D&D is a game about using your imagination to its fullest. Inherently. I feel like that is something that is very widely, if not universally, known.
Yeah, that is an imagination thing.
Because of the way that it is. So I feel like any item, and I've said this before, this game is so freeing in the sense that you can take anything as long as you think about how you're going to use it and you just say, I'm going to use it this way, and your DM goes, you can try, right? Like, you can do anything with this item within some kind of reason, right? You can't fly with pittons, right? Like, it's not something you can do.
I think the one use I've used pythons for that wasn't climbing a cliff
Mhm.
was I did use them to essentially crucify someone to the ground.
Yeah,
Sure.
that's the other thing that you can do with them is use them
Yeah.
as a weapon because it's a metal fucking stake.
Yes.
That and I've had an idea for a little while of a special pike and hammer combo, where it's a python essentially the size of a large dagger or a short sword, a short sword.
Mhm.
And they have again glyphs of warding on them because I fucking love that spell.
It's a
Yep.
great spell.
And you hammer them into someone and they stick there.
Mhm.
And then a short while later, and this is what I was thinking about today, is have I think it's Geist is the spell. No, not Geist. It's the spell where you pick an object and then it flies in a direction.
Oh,
Catapult?
Catapult.
Yeah.
Have catapult be used via that glyph of warding,
Okay.
and it essentially catapult like drives it in deeper.
oh, jeez.
Okay.
And it's
Um,
good for things like Tarrasques.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so again, that's why I started my statement by saying, one, I wouldn't make that video because
Yeah.
you can use these items for whatever the fuck you want. There is no most useless item. There isn't one.
I have a thing for most useless item.
So
Okay.
Abacus. Most people
Sometimes
know
you
how to
have
count
stupid
through
characters
math.
who can't count.
well, so you don't use an abacus then because they can't.
Yeah,
understand.
exactly. So
They don't understand what that is. So I would say the abacus can be broken down into using its
Yes.
little things for
As, like, ball bearings,
noisemakers.
noisemakers, or anything. You can still use it for quite a lot.
yeah,
Exactly. Yeah.
just
I-
not as
it
an
is-
abacus.
Exactly.
It is. That's why I think it is the most useless item, but that doesn't mean it is a useless item.
Right.
Yes.
So
An
most
item that you break apart into other items where, like, sure, you could use, like, the abacus discs as a counterweight, but you could use that with pebbles.
It's true.
yes,
But you have an abacus, though. You gotta use it.
Yeah, I got it. I
again.
spent the 2 gold on this essentially Fisher Price toy.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I
No,
suppose.
wait a minute. I got it. I know exactly what you can do it for. I'm sorry, Alejo. I'm not trying to interrupt.
Go on.
It just came to me. You remember there's a. You know how over the course of Vampire War, there's been so many fucking weaknesses over the years.
Uh-huh.
You fucking get abacuses, and then you just you put them on the floor, and then a vampire walks in, and one of the fucking
Oh,
weaknesses.
because they're compulsed to count things.
Yep.
Oh, that's
So they have to count the
true.
abacus piece. Use it as a fucking vampire stunner.
Oh, that's true. I forgot about that one.
Yeah, but that's why you have bags of rice.
But abacuses.
Yeah, but man, what if you can't get bags of rice?
What if the fucking
Then-
rice
then you
seller
have-
is out of rice and he has abacuses?
All right, then you have rations. Rations specifically contain dried nuts. Throw a few packs of Planters cashews.
But we
at
can't.
it.
When we eat those, we can't eat the abacuses.
It's true. The
All right,
abacus
you know
is forever, whereas the rice is a meal.
It's true.
To
All
be
right,
fair.
you know what? Fine, you got me there. All
2
right.
points.
The vampire has to count the abacus if that is the lore of your world.
Yeah, that's not. But anyway, so
I love
Alejo,
that. No, I
back to
love
your
that.
point.
So well, I'm kind of losing it now.
So we were talking about the abacus.
Yeah. I don't know, because useless, the most useless. It's very strange because they all have a use. They all can be used for different things, as well as their intended use, right?
Mhm.
Like I don't know if anything can be considered useless,
Yeah.
because that implies a absence of use.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I
and
mean,
in
hell,
fact,
even
let
when
me
I'm.
definition time, boys.
Yeah, like I'm even thinking of like things in D&D that would be useless, and the only thing that I came up with was dirt, like a handful of dirt. But
Oh, dude,
then
throw that in
Whoa,
somebody's
whoa.
eyes.
Yeah, exactly. Throw it in someone's eyes. Exactly. So
Right, we have abacus, acid vial, alchemist fire, fucking obvious, Various ammunition, arrows, blowgun needles, crossbow bolts, sling bullets, antitoxin, arcane focuses, crystal orb, rub, staff, wand, backpack,
Oh, you
ball
go through
bearing.
the actual list.
Yeah.
Yep.
This is on page 150 of your player's handbook.
Yep.
Bag of 1,000 ball bearings.
Hmm.
Barrel.
Oh,
Basket, maybe.
No,
Nope.
still has
Nope.
use.
It still has a use.
Yeah,
Still
yeah.
has many uses. You can use
Yep,
it
it
for
does.
tinder. You can use it as a single like carrying capacity thing. You can use it
Yeah.
to strap
Well,
onto a strap together and make even you can use it as a helmet. Really, like you can
Yep.
use it
No,
as no.
a
I know.
basket as a helmet.
I know it's not effective, but it is.
But you can.
You can do it.
That is an object that is useless. That is a useless application.
It's
rather,
a useless.
of that
It's not a
object.
useless application. It is an ineffectual application.
Well, think of it like this. You could have a basket on your head in the desert. It's not heavy, it's breathable, and it keeps the sun off your head.
Yeah, and it provides no protection.
Well, okay, so then hat, I suppose, is a better way to use it.
That is fine.
So then, but what I will say is that combined with, and let me give you this little thing. I love using light. Light is a great spell.
Yes, it is.
Light makes it so you can, and there are rules for if you try to touch somebody with light, they have to make a dexterity saving throw or be touched. If you touch somebody with light and you touch their helmet, they go blind.
Oh,
Because there's a big fucking light in their eyes. And so what if you then use a basket as a portable blinding device?
Oh my god.
That's you utilize the light spell with
There
it.
you go.
So like again, I can think of things to do with these things.
Yeah.
And such is my intention of going maybe like again, just because you can't think of an object's use at first does not mean you cannot come up with a use for the object.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Which again, even with saying things in this, like ranking things, I would say a vial of acid is much more useful than a basket.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why this is a thing to be
Yeah.
put on this list,
Like
even as
You got
written as
stuff like
rules.
block and
Yeah.
tackle, blankets.
Yeah, all of this
Um,
shit.
Yeah. Maybe we should continue with the video. We still got 10 minutes left.
I know, but like I'm just, it's
Well,
baffles
well,
me.
here's the thing. You guys are starting to fall down the rabbit hole of finding a use for every item
Well,
when
that's-
we're just trying to tear apart this first half of the
I know,
video.
it's true. It's true.
The lantern. It would make sense because I think we've all at least depended on a lantern when our electricity went out, but this is 5th edition. Every single class and every single race has dark vision. We're never going to use this thing. After that, we have poison.
Okay, no, stop.
Yeah, no, not
Okay,
every
wait.
race has dark vision.
Yeah, he even puts a thing of like, and I'll go back to it. Only halflings, humans, and dragonborns who can't cast spells or light torches. Okay, but let me tell you this: a lantern, even
Yeah.
like just a specifically. Let me look at lantern like itself.
Yeah.
Lantern. Now, in this, there are two sorts of lanterns. There is not just a lantern. There are lamps, but there are lanterns that are hooded and lanterns that are bullseye lanterns.
Bullseye.
Both of them
Yes.
are extremely useful. The bullseye lantern makes it so you can use it as a spotlight, basically, right?
Yep.
Yeah,
I've
it's a
used one
flashlight.
before.
It is a flashlight, basically. The hooded lantern makes it so you can put the hood down and make it so no one can see the light, so that it's good for when you need it for stealth, maybe, or doing signals, right?
Yes.
Like, these are not just a lantern. They are specific lanterns. Like, even if it was just a specific lantern, you use it as a throwable way to get a fiery oil spill somewhere.
Yep.
I am the fighter. I cannot cast firebolt, but I can yeet the fuck out of a lantern.
Right?
Yep.
Like, legitimately, even if it was
And
just a
hell,
lantern, there's still multiple applications.
Yeah, even if it's just a lamp, like perhaps you guys have heard the saying, one if by land, two if by sea. Like if you want to communicate over vast different distances and you don't have
Magic.
any sort of magical equipment or magical spells, then you
Light.
can absolutely just put two lamps
Mhm.
at the top of a tower
Make a system.
and yeah,
Very simple signal system. Not to mention, there was a time when I don't remember how long ago this was. We tried to start a new campaign where I was playing as an Earth Genasi. I don't remember what they're called.
Ganassi.
Ganassi. Okay. I was playing as an Earth Ganassi who was like a fighter type, and
Or as I prefer to say it, genocide.
Of course you do.
And so and he was a fighter type, and he had a bullseye lantern. And we were walking into a cave, and we heard something moving around, like in like a chamber up ahead, and there was like around a bend. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna take my bullseye lantern, I'm gonna close it, I'm gonna move around the corner, and I'm gonna fucking open it and blind whatever is in
I remember
room.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
because it was
even just
the only
using
light
it
source.
normally, I would have been. It failed because I fucked up the roll.
Yep.
But even just normal use, I could have gotten it blinded and given him disadvantage for like a round.
Yeah. Because of just a sudden bright light after having your dark vision, like having your vision be accustomed to the darkness.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
And that's not even being creative with it. That's just I'm gonna close it and I'm gonna open it. That's it.
It's true. This is the inherent kind of like weirdness with this video in the sense of like I don't see why you would limit your mind to this, even with the rules as written. Like an acid vial is still useful. Like,
a lantern is very useful.
Like and again, you're not even talking about a just regular lantern. These have specific functional differences than just a lantern.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
Like,
and then even if you're
ignored
talking about
that.
just a plain ass lantern is still really fucking useful.
Yeah. Like,
Because not only can you yeet it and fucking fireball, it's a fire source that's protected from water.
yeah,
You can carry that shit in the rain.
That's fucking key. In
That's
some
the whole
points.
fucking point of it.
Yeah,
And you can lift it up in front of certain things on islands and continue your treasure hunt.
Yes.
Nice Sea of Thieves reference.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
2 points?
No.
No? Okay.
This isn't a fucking point system, dude.
I know.
What is this, kindergarten?
Ah.
The poison. Have you ever heard of the spell Bless? A first level spell that lasts for 1 minute, giving 10 rounds of an added d4 damage? Imagine there was an item that did this.
No, it doesn't give damage. Bless gives
Yeah,
a
it's
D4
to
to attack rolls and saving throws only. No damage.
Even I know
Logan.
that one.
Logan, I call you Logan because we're friends, obviously.
Yeah, because we're friends. We know each other, just like Matt Mercer.
Just like
And
Matt.
Well,
just
Matt
like
Mercer
Matt.
is my friend. You guys
Right.
are acquaintances.
Yeah,
Ah,
we're
yeah.
acquaintances, but we still refer to
I've
him as
actually
Matt.
met him.
We're proxy
Yeah.
friends.
Exactly, proxy. But Logan, what are you doing, man? Come on.
Same thing, but only worked once? Sounds as shitty and useless as True Strike, doesn't it? Then why the hell does it cost 100 gold? That's
Sorry,
as much
did I
damage.
miss, what is he talking
Just a
about?
little vial of poison. We're never gonna use this thing. After that, we have poison. Just a little vial of poison. Have you ever heard of the spell Bless? A first level spell that lasts for 1 minute,
Okay, so
giving
this is just,
10 rounds of an added d4.
This is just wrong due to him not
Yeah,
knowing what
misrepresenting
Bless does.
Yeah, okay,
unfortunately.
so let's go into what a vial poison does.
You can use the poison vial to coat one slashing or piercing weapon or up to 3 pieces of ammunition. Applying the poison takes an action. The creature hit by the poisoned weapon or ammunition must make a DC 10 Constitution saving throw or take 1d4 poison damage. Once applied, the poison retains potency for 1 minute before drying. So I will say, DC 10 is really easy to beat.
Yep.
Like the easiest
Yep.
to beat. So it's not likely that it will do more, but it is more, right?
Yeah.
The thing is still poisoned regardless of if it applies it or not. for a minute, and
Yeah.
so you can continue to use it for a minute,
Yeah, that's
to
in
do-
combat. That's 10 rounds.
and then you continue.
That's 10 attacks.
And I agree. Bless is a great spell. Lasts for a minute, but again,
Mhm.
it only does it for attack rolls and saving throws. And
Yeah.
I'm going to assume that this is just misremembering on his part, or
Hmm.
something, or he just wrote this script misremembering and didn't revise it. So very
happens.
very strange there, because that's
Not what Bless does.
not what Bless does, not at all. And again, it does cost 100 gold, yes.
Here's the thing, though. With me, if we were to keep if we wanted to keep the same effects from poison, I would lower that cost. 2,
Yeah, that's not a very
2,
good poison if it's that.
yeah. If we wanted to keep the poison cost but change the effects, I would make it way more potent.
Yeah, 100
Because
gold,
100 gold is
yeah,
a lot. I would
that's-
make that shit potent. I would be like, if you choose to pour that whole fucking vial into a drink, you make that DC shoot the fuck.
Yeah, like,
Damage go up. You gotta change this shit. You can't just be like, oh, this is shit. Okay, let's just leave it forever and not ever do anything with it and
Again,
never
I
think
think-
about it ever again.
I think
But
the
again,
okay.
you do run into that issue of, if you're making a video of blank items in D&D, you have to go with it off-written, and cost is part of that.
I agree.
It's true.
I agree,
But,
and
like-
I think this is unfortunately a more of a failing of the system.
Yeah.
Because the system itself does not give us multiple sources of poison, like as written.
Yeah, because I know
at
that in
varying
older
costs.
editions there are just different kinds of
Yes.
poison.
And so this is just a catch-all one poison that does
Yeah.
a little bit of damage, right? Like,
Yeah.
they don't even have poisoned as like a condition other than the condition itself, and it doesn't do damage over time or
Yeah.
anything. It is just you have
Poison.
disadvantage because you're poisoned for like an hour, right?
Oil of Taggart, I will forever say, is something that should be able to be ingested instead of just a wound application.
Yes.
Because I'll fucking sprinkle that shit on dog treats and toss like a bone over the gate.
Yeah, and disable
Yeah.
their watchdogs and shit. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Like, it's, and again, I think unfortunately this one is just a failing of the system, not taking that into account because of simplicity, right?
Yeah.
Because 5th edition is so streamlined
It's so
to be
simplistic.
simplistic. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because they want to get new players just in there to play.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And once you start thinking about it, then you start thinking, oh, but I kind of want some more complexity, because
Yeah.
it really does add some things to this.
Yeah.
What am I
So-
doing playing this? I should play 3.5.
Right,
Yeah.
exactly.
Or Pathfinder.
or Pathfinder, or like it's unfortunate, but
Pathfinder
Or-
2, by the way, for our listeners at home, Alejo and I got a chance to
Yes.
play a one-shot with it,
Mm.
and we
Pathfinder
both
2
agreed
is-
that it's a really good system.
it's
Yeah.
honestly it feels like 5e plus. It feels
Yeah,
like
it does.
5e.5. It really does.
To me, it feels like a sort of blend between 5e and 3.5.
It's a nice
Almost
one.
like some hypothetical like 4th edition or something.
Mm.
If
Uh,
only that existed.
despite some initial reservations, I guess you could
Yes.
say, because I'm not typically a fan of how Pathfinder makes everyone a superhero. They did a really good job balancing things by making monsters fucking lethal.
Yes.
Yeah.
It-
And
it's-
the best part about Pathfinder is that it's sponsored by Raid Shadowland. No,
Ah.
we've already done it.
Yeah.
But legitimately,
But yeah, poison. Like,
you can also, like, obviously 5th edition is one of the most homebrew friendly fucking things. So
yeah.
if you want that complexity, like, think about it and actually like do it,
Yeah.
right? Or look for others who have done it and like replicate that system, you know? Like,
Yeah.
this is unfortunately if there's a failing, you can patch it, right?
Yeah,
like
exactly.
you can self-patch it, which is nice. But which is one of the things that I do like about 5th edition a lot.
Mm.
But that being said, with it as written, there are problems like what this is doing, right? Because I will agree that the cost of this makes it more of a sink of I would say honestly, if we're going by that, then it is less useless than a magnifying glass in cost, right? Like a poison, a vial of poison feels more useful than a magnifying glass.
Yeah.
Am I wrong in thinking that?
In terms of cost, no, you're not. If you're going by the written cost and the written effects of poison, it is more useless than a magnifying glass. I mean,
All right, a magnifying glass is more useless than poison. Yes.
Yeah.
So
Doesn't magnifying glass specifically say you can start fires in it though in the rules?
It
Let me see.
does.
And like
5
starting
minutes.
you can kill a lot more people with a wildfire than you can a cup of poison.
I agree.
Unless you kill a
So-
unless you poison a pregnant woman. I mean, you could do that.
I would-
A pregnant
that's
slut specifically.
That's two people.
I would argue and dare I say hypothesize
Mhm.
that my like mean wildfire death count is still above 2.
So
And
my
I will-
pregnant slut count is
you know what?
bit higher.
you know what? You're right, because this also says that a magnifying glass grants advantage on any ability check made to appraise or inspect an item that is small or highly detailed as well.
Okay.
So it has
So
an
then-
additional use there too.
Yes.
Whereas the poison is just kill. But
It's just kill.
But I
It's
would
ki-
also say the poison itself, you can break the vial and use the shards, or you could
yeah. So again,
again.
but
it's
then,
hard-
but
it's hard to
here's
do.
the thing though. then.
waste no part of the poison vial.
If you buy,
yeah.
why not just buy a vial then?
Well, because you wanted the poison as well, right? Like
Yeah,
you
it's
use
true.
the poison, then you
do
have
poison
the
and piercing damage.
Yeah,
you do
yeah,
the
yeah.
poison, and then you smash it up and put it in the food, and then their intestines are starting to get cut up by the glass.
It's like,
I mean,
this
oh.
omelet's very crunchy. Did you drop some shells in there?
It's for the added
It
flavor.
also sounds very
that
it
being
sounds very
actually,
I don't
I
know.
I redact my statement.
Mhm.
You absolutely can kill more people with a single poison vial if you like poison a king or something
Mhm.
right before like a new law to like end a war is signed into
Ooh.
effect.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could also poison the blank supply in a tavern.
Mm-hmm. It's that's the thing. I don't know how effective this poison is because it's a
Yeah,
decoy
exactly.
damage.
So
Because like as written, it doesn't seem to be a thing that you can
it's
ingest.
shitty.
I don't know.
But
It's it's one of those things of where I go and I look at it, and there is obviously the debate of how much realism do you want in your game, right? Like
a lot.
Well,
hopefully,
I know it depends on the people, right? Like if you're with a young group, they're probably not as
That's true.
concerned. If you're with an older group, they're probably like thinking about it a little bit more. You know, critical
Yeah.
thought is one of those things that comes more with age.
Yep.
So I don't know. I really don't know.
So what you're telling me is that all young people are stupid.
yes.
Yes.
Okay.
No, that's not true. There's not all young people. Just
Watch
a lot
our
of them.
first fan is like 12.
No, I've looked at our metrics. They're above 20 at least.
Yay!
Yay!
I think.
Let's fucking keep watching the video.
Yeah.
Damage? Imagine there was an item that did the same thing, but only worked once? Sounds as shitty and useless as True Strike, doesn't it? Then why the hell does it cost 100 gold? That's as much as a
Poison is
common
expensive
magic
and
item.
probably sold
100
illegally.
gold is half as much that you need to buy an actual elephant. A trained elephant. After that, we have shit like Alchemist Fire, which cost half as much, and will do 1d4, which is still more because it does it continuously over rounds, but it's still a piece of shit. Then we have
So, I mean,
Again, this is going.
I don't know, man. Fire that doesn't need an ignition source is pretty good.
yeah.
You know what you can do? How about you do this? You buy a vial of Alchemist Fire, and then you buy a stick, or you pick up a stick and then you pour like a single drop onto the stick, and now you have a torch for however long.
Well, so that's not something
And
that you can do very well because as soon as it touches the air, it ignites.
Yeah. You're also
it
holding
ignites
a
on
bottle
air
of fire.
contact.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
yeah.
what it says. When exposed to air.
Oh, my
Yeah.
bad. Okay,
Yep,
that's
yep.
that's entirely my bad.
Now, if it happens to be bottled in cork, you can absolutely, however, shove like a hypodermic needle in it, extract some, and then apply a drop. But then I highly doubt you have syringes in your D&D
Exactly.
world.
Right.
Yeah, man. Now I just
so-
want to fucking do that and inject it into a bad guy. Jesus.
I
Would
remember.
not be
Oh, wait, no,
exposed
it
to
wouldn't
air.
work because it needs to be in air. Shit.
No. So I remember. So one of my one shots that I did when my DM couldn't make it, I was just like doing shit. One of my players bought Alchemist Fire and put it and got it to like he or no, sorry, he didn't buy it. He found a vial of it. And he couldn't identify it, and nobody knew anything about anything, so they couldn't identify it. And so like anything relevant.
Please tell me he drank it.
He drank it. He drank it.
Yeah.
He drank it, and I was like, oh. And as soon as he drank it, I was like, well, it's a good thing you're a tiefling, dude, because you're gonna start taking a bunch of damage for a while here in the middle of combat.
Oh no!
It was great. Oh, it was fantastic. I loved it.
So now
I was actually thinking of taking like a dropper of it and sticking it in someone's mouth, but
Yep.
just pouring it in there. Oh,
Yep.
So
No,
now
legitimately, it's great.
I had an idea for how you could use Alchemist Fire completely roleplay, and
Okay.
not even to cause it's to cause a fire, obviously, because that's what it does, but not in combat or anything. Be a bard.
Okay.
Get Alchemist Fire, and then go around to like, I don't know, like a reagent shop, and then just ask around and see if they have any different colored burning things, like different oxides and different chemicals that just burn weird colors. And then you like, I guess you just
you could get acid of arsenic or copper or like osmium.
You just get all that shit, and then you just put it in like
Strontium.
piles. You put it in piles inside of like a safe area, and then you just pour that Alchemist Fire out. All of a sudden, you're a bard with a multicolored fire that you can perform in front of.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
That would be fucking cool.
Yeah, and you don't even need magic to do that. Hell,
Exactly.
If you're
if you're a bard, you can afford that shit.
Most of the time, yeah.
Most of the time.
And it's only 25 gold, so it's not too much.
Yeah, especially in 5e, gold's nothing.
Yeah, I was gonna say the fucking economy in D&D is always fucking weird.
Yeah.
But yeah, again,
Yeah.
Okay.
Like Molotov cocktails.
Again, it's even 25
set fires with it.
That to me itself is like that. How can you say that's one of the most useless? That's
like that is a fucking classic item for a reason.
Hate it. Well, it's not even that it's classic. It's just that it's applicable in most situations.
Yeah, and that's why it became a classic because of how useful.
Yeah, it's been around forever.
Yeah, it's been around. Wasn't that in like first edition?
Probably. Honestly, I don't know.
And then you can have the fucking guy who's got like the fucking bandolier covered it and just fucking spends all his time throwing Alchemist Fire.
Yeah, and then somebody throws a rock at it and it just all catches alight because they hit it. And they're like,
and then he fucking explodes. It's like, this character went out how I wanted him to go out, screaming and on fire.
The dude who got it bad due to acid in Terminator, or not Terminator, RoboCop.
Yeah. I actually got the Blu-ray of that for my birthday, which is so exciting.
Dude, I saw that movie when I was way too young to see that movie.
Dude, it's so good.
Hell yeah, dude! I wish I was
there. That dude like melting to the acid. I'm like, ooh.
Oh, it still creeps me out a little bit, even when I watched it at an older age.
I love how he fucking blows up when he gets.
Yeah, it's great.
It's
that was cool.
Yeah.
Oh
man.
So
I need to rewatch that movie.
I know, right? Me too.
Yeah.
So he's gonna go into antitoxin, obviously. As that is on the screen, and I'm gonna read what it does. A creature that drinks this vial of liquid gains advantage on saving throws against poison for 1 hour. It confers no benefit to undead or constructs. Yeah. Okay. That's less useful.
Yeah, that's significantly less useful. But again, here's the thing. say I would expand its use, and instead of it being like antitoxin, it would be more just like antidote, something like that. So like you're going into a jungle and shit. You know what I mean?
Antidotes are only like efficacious for what they're specifically brewed for.
That's
Whereas
true.
this is a magical cure-all antitoxin.
Yes,
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
It's already like, and again, it's for every poisonous kind of thing.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I feel like this in its is already in its purest form of like how useful it can be, I suppose.
Yes.
But yeah, you go into like a jungle or something. It's filled with fucking like poisonous animals and disease and fucking you go into a swamp or something. Hell, you go into a crypt and there's like this nasty fucking like bone dust haze.
Crypt rot.
Yeah, exactly. And so you just expand this to be able to make it more expensive, and then make it be able to cure disease and stuff, and then also extend its duration.
Okay.
So it gives and of course, the other thing that's way more common than any of those three, sewers.
So, okay, now that we're mentioning sewers and stuff, I've not dabbled too much with too many disease things because a cleric
it's more shit to keep track of.
Well, not even that. It's just because a cleric can just wave their hand and completely cure a disease,
or a paladin,
can just pump you full of some good feels.
5 points of lay on hands, boy.
Yep, and then you have no more disease. And so diseases are so easy to cure. It's one of those things where it's not even like worth it, unfortunately.
Yeah, it's true.
It's the only time where I would really employ disease, and thus antitoxins would be a rare thing to even find, would be in a low magic setting, right?
Yes.
Where miracles are not as often to find or perform. So that's how I would even use something like a disease. But for a poison effect in general, that shit's gonna come about regardless. Like you're gonna eat some bad food one day, and then you're gonna get poisoned.
Exactly.
Also, like antitoxin doesn't help against disease, does it? It's just poison.
No. It's specifically for that.
Yeah. He was just saying his.
I would just expand it to include that, just to make it more useful.
Right
now.
More desirable.
I have 3 thoughts.
Yeah.
The first is for those of us who played the campaign that started in Basic Edition that we moved on to 5e. Do you guys remember the fight against snakes we had and how much that fucking sucked and how we all wished we had antitoxin? Because poison is really fucking good.
Yep. I do. I was there. I was terrified.
Yeah.
Because I thought it was going to be the kind of poison where it's like, if you fail, you're dead.
Yeah, because in like first edition, that's what you had, and then they absolutely clipped the poisoned status in 5e and made it a non-issue.
Yeah.
Secondly, again, and I hate to sound like a broken record, but RuneSmith for this item has to go off of rules as written.
This one I will agree with.
Yes.
And if we're spending so much time saying, "Oh, well, this is how I would make that item better," isn't that itself also somewhat indicative of how bad the item is?
Yes, that's what I was going to get to after we were done doing this. Is that this one I definitely agree with, and there are ways to make like this one. Honestly, because of the simplicity, this only does a certain function, and it is
it does one thing.
It is in that case, unfortunately, only that. Though it comes in a vial, so
free vial.
The vial itself is fucking useful. But anyway,
man, that'd actually be kind of cool. Now that I'm thinking about it, that would actually be kind of cool to have just a quest centered around delivering antitoxin to stuff, kind of like the movie Balto. And like No Alaska, remember that?
Yeah, I remember Balto.
Because like
that movie.
Oh well, but it was based on a true story where there was a sled dog.
So it's not entirely true.
Oh, is it not? Oh, I thought it was
true.
They
say it is, but it's like true in the loosest sense.
Okay, well, anyway,
as far as I remember,
the story is that Nome, Alaska had some sort of a fever breakout or some sort of a disease breakout, and Balto and that famous dog sledding team they were going to Nome, Alaska to deliver a whole bunch of vials of medicine.
Yep.
And so it'd be kind of cool to have a story or a quest where the players are doing that, where there's like this remote town and it's like, oh, we have a disease, we need medicine, please bring it. And he dies there on the spot. It's like, well, shit, we got to go. Let's go, you know. And they have to like defend it from like raiders and
it'd be
shit.
cool.
That'd be pretty neat.
I've been a member of a few disease-centered campaigns that honestly have never used that, and it was one of the things where I was like, why aren't we delivering these people medicine? And they're like, it's not important. What's important is we find the person. And I'm like, yeah, but we could heal these people.
Heal the people
help
first, then find the person, maybe.
The person could move on to a new town.
Well,
And
then
it's
we'll
like, I
heal
don't
the
even know it
people.
was a person.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Let's
It could just
at
be an
least
actual
cure the
disease.
thing.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. What makes you think it was a person? Oh, well, there was a mysterious individual. Okay, what details can you give me about the individual? Oh, it was a mysterious individual. Can't
It was
tell
really
you.
fucking mysterious.
And I'm like, okay, whatever.
And the worst thing, we're not delivering the medicine. They're all out. We're delivering them toilet paper.
That's what they crave.
Ah.
Toilet paper and fucking paper towels.
Yeah.
Ugh.
All right, let's keep going here.
Anyway,
Antitoxin, which is literally only good for hunting spiders and snakes. There's no other reason that you would buy this in preparation for some very, very
Basically,
specific event,
Yeah.
unless you're
Pretty much.
paranoid. Now, moving a little bit further
Like
away
me.
from shitty items, we have oil. Oil in Dungeons & Dragons 5th edition is a gift from the gods themselves.
Yep.
It's a fuel for heat, it's a lube for squeaky doors and tin men, and it's an improvised combo weapon that does flat fire damage. A solid amount, more than a D4 could ever accomplish, at a total 5. And it can burn an area of 5 feet by 5 feet. And anything that enters that area doesn't have to make a save. It can't make a save. It can't be affected by some sort of damage die. It immediately is done 5 flat fire damage. So if you use this efficiently, because it cost 1 silver, that's 1 gold point for 50 to 100 fire damage.
I had the first boss battle I ever threw at my campaign get absolutely cheesed the fuck out with oil and fire.
Yeah, I mean,
The paladin had a shit ton of oil on her because she just bought it in prep. And I threw a troll at them.
oh,
A bunch of cultists. Well,
Yeah.
it was a bunch of cultists and then a troll.
yeah.
And the cultists were like trying to like mold earth to try to like erect walls between them and her.
Mhm.
And she's just like throwing oil over the wall and raining like flaming oil down on them.
oh Jesus.
Yep.
And then I started looking at like the somewhat nerfed troll I threw at them, and I was like, "Oh boy!" and then that troll died in like 4 rounds.
Yup. That's how that works.
and like I was totally like 50-50 down the split of pride in my players for using items effectively,
Mhm.
and then also like. That was going to be a cool battle.
Yeah,
exactly.
yeah.
right?
That was the one that had the vine blights that had the poisonous
Ah, yeah.
smoke.
But oil.
So
Yeah.
things got a bit smoky.
Yeah. And so this is where the video starts moving into like good items, and it's pretty much all the universally accepted like really good items.
Okay.
Rope, a bucket.
Yeah.
I think that's a little bit better than a vial of goddamn poison. Then there's other stuff that you probably take
Situational.
advantage of, but if your DM's a little ruthless, then a backpack is something that is absolutely necessary for you to consciously buy. It has 1 cubic feet of internal space, but staple some pouches to the side and wrap a rope around it, boom, 20 extra pairs of hands that you didn't have before. And then rope. On top of oil, this is the most important item in all of D&D. It's as diverse as a bathroom towel, because this item can be used for the following: climbing mountains, crossing ravines, binding captives, combining items, weapons of momentum, kinky stuff, lassoing animals, synergy with mage hand, grappling hooks and bear traps, building rafts, traps, shelters and bolas, pulling creatures, crossing fast rivers, slings, splints and belts. Oh my. If you don't have a rope, if every person in your party doesn't have a rope, you're basically losing at D&D. After that, we have stuff
I mean, that's why they have every single pack that gives you a rope.
Yeah.
Except for the
like the
priest
artist pack or something.
The priest pack doesn't give you a rope. Fuck.
God has abandoned them.
God has abandoned them. He gives them
all of the gods.
He gives them incense.
Oh yay!
But not a rope. As far I now need to check.
Yeah.
I gotta
Pray the
check.
ravine away.
Fuck me. Hold on.
Yeah.
Pray
Pray for an earthquake to close up the ravine.
Yeah, no, sorry. You get priest pack, backpack, blanket, 10 candles, a tinderbox, an alms box, 2 blocks of incense, a censer, vestments, 2 days of rations, and a water skin.
I redact my statement. I now have a more useless item than the abacus. It is the alms box.
Yeah,
It's a box, though.
It is a box, yes, but
any little tiny box can act as an alms box.
Exactly.
What's more, so much the better if you're asking for alms out of a shitty box.
Yeah.
Here's the other thing, though. If the alms box isn't just a if it's not just a regular ass box that you say, oh, this is an alms box, like if it's actually got like a design of your god or your sect on it, you can put shit in there and it's hopefully less likely to be robbed, at least slightly less.
You would think.
I know, but I'm just saying, like, oh, I'll steal your coin purse, but I won't take your holy alms.
I'm not going to piss off a god.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's fair.
That's the only, and so just for a roleplay reason, slightly less. If the rogue doesn't give a shit, then it's gone.
Yeah.
But
I could see that.
Yeah, no, that's definitely something. Again, then there's the Scholars Pack, which is backpack, book of lore, book, a bottle of ink, an ink pen, 10 sheets of parchment, a little bag of sand, and a small knife.
Dude, book of lore, though.
Yeah.
You never know what it might have in it. It's like, oh, do I know anything about this? Well, you have the book of lore. Oh, you might.
That's true, but
I swear to God.
Oh, Diplomats Pack as well. That one doesn't.
Oh, yeah.
If they have the gall
Entertainers Pack
to demand payment for a pouch of sand.
So yeah, this is just these packs. They have their pricing next to them, and they're all like.
So it's not per item. It's just the pack. So I think the bag of sand is technically free.
I would fucking hope so.
Yeah, right.
And again,
it's high grade sand.
No. All the classes, they give the choices between one that has rope and one that doesn't. Right? Like,
yeah.
Except for Barbarian gets Explorer's Pack, which has rope, because the Explorer's Pack is the best pack.
Yes.
Yes. Let's see. Bard doesn't get either, actually. He doesn't get rope inherently.
Oh.
He gets Diplomats or Entertainers Pack.
Yeah. But I mean, rope is cheap.
Isn't there also like a Thieves Pack or something that contains?
It's Burglar's Pack, which has rope.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And then, Cleric can get it.
Yeah. Most people can.
Again, it is very useful. Yes, good.
Yep. It's damn good. I always buy rope every time.
I mean, yeah, rope
absolutely. You should.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't buy rope. I just have.
The amount of rope that's in your party should be a multiple of 50 times how many party members you have.
Yes,
agreed.
Potentially more.
Yeah.
Pairings. Another thing that no one will ever look at a second time and probably not use in a level 1 to 20 campaign. But these things can be used as sling ammo, tripping tools, which you really should be using. This stuff slows down anyone no matter what. I used it to get away from guards. And then died promptly, but
I absolutely love his idea, by the way, of bait for rust monsters.
Yeah,
as a DM, I would totally be cool with that.
Yeah, why did he gloss over that?
Yeah, that's
like just skip the best one.
I don't know, but
that's such a creative use.
Yeah, that's a great use for
Absolutely.
it. It's like, man, because a fucking rust monster is like an iconically terrifying enemy.
Yes,
because it eats your shit, and you don't want that to happen.
No.
And it's not like it eats it and you can just pull it out of its stomach. No, it's gone.
Yeah.
It's fucking disintegrated into fucking dust.
Touches you with its little tentacle, or not tentacle,
antenna.
Thank you, antenna, yes. And then it's just like, oh, fuck, everything's gone.
Yeah.
And like, dude, imagine for a second, Rust Monster, pet,
I
fed
know.
with ball bearings.
Oh, that'd
And you
be
sick
great.
them on bandits.
Oh,
Hell
that'd
yeah,
be
well-
so good.
Yeah.
Then you can start to raise them and like sell the offspring.
Okay, yeah.
And then
Yeah. Dude, you
hold-
know what you do?
hold-
You sell
hold
that
pet-
shit. Oh, sorry.
I was gonna say hold petting zoos, and then some crazy woman down in Florida will try to take away your tiger zoo, and I mean Rust zoo. So then you try to get someone to kill them.
Dude,
Yeah, Florida.
you use the rust monster to fucking you could use it to ruin jails, to melt the fucking bars down.
Yeah.
You could use it to rob places, again, by breaking metal doors and like
Easy.
locks and hinges on
Safes.
doors. You can use the rust monster to oh fuck, I had a really good one. Fuck. Oh, sell rust monsters to fucking like mines, because that way, as soon as they find an iron vein, just boop, touch the iron vein, the whole thing just dissolves, and you can just easily, like, literally just scoop it up, and you just have pure iron dust that you can just then throw in a smelter.
But wouldn't the iron dust be rusted?
I was gonna say, isn't it bad? Like it's unusable.
Oh,
if
that's
Rust
true.
Monster
It does.
uses
Yeah,
it.
it does do that. Okay,
Yeah.
never mind. Don't do that.
The option I would do is if you have an artificer or an alchemist in your party, easy access to rust is fantastic for making thermite.
Man.
It as stuff like rust monster bait. You can
Oh,
be
he did.
creative with every single item
Oh.
in the equipment list that isn't magical.
Oh my
You can
god!
make
Why would
He
you
just
say
undid
this?
the whole front half of the video.
Why would you say this?
Yep,
Why the fuck would you
I've
do
been-
this?
Okay, so Aiden,
I've been
every
waiting for it.
Oh
Yeah,
my god,
every-
you fucking remembered, and so
fuck off. You
you posted it like a little while ago, and you were.
I
talking
know.
about it, so I had to watch it, and then I was like, "But doesn't this?"
Yeah, right? And so basically every time you said, "Oh, he's got to go by rules as written." Nope. He just now admits that you
Mhm.
See? I told you this was the worst RuneSmith video. I told you, at least so far.
I don't like legitimately. I forgot because I remember watching this, but I forgot about this point because it's just like, well, then why make the fucking video? Just say you
Yeah,
can.
like-
just make the video say you can use every item in D&D.
Yeah.
I am so fucking happy right now.
Uh,
No idea.
Yeah, I know.
I forgot about that because I watched it once a long time ago and I fucking forgot it. My brain blocked it out to preserve my sanity.
Oh, it's not that bad.
It's not that bad. It's not.
It's not that bad. I know. It's not exactly I assign difficulty with a dice roll.
Yeah, no, it's not.
Yeah, go
It's not.
fucking
Or one
watch
story-
RPG Pundit.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not that.
it magical. Like cantrips, for existence. They're pretty much the same thing as above, but less funny. They're like, you throw Legos on the ground and the guards have to walk over them while they're chasing you. Then there's the option of buying 10 feet of string. This comes with a burglar's pack, and because it does, you can use it as a murder weapon, a burglar tool, or a small-scale crafting tool. This stuff is incredibly useful if you know what to do with it. Then you have a bell, just a normal bell that you can use as a distraction if you
Bell.
toss it quietly enough, or an alarm tool. You also have a candle with 1 full hour of burning time,
Oh my
useful to start
Burn at both ends to form a YouTube career.
Oh my god. Okay, so here's my
Yeah.
problem right now.
Mhm.
A candle is useful, but a lantern is shit.
It's a weird dichotomy.
Technically,
there.
also, a candle doesn't start the fire. What starts the fire is the flint and steel.
Yeah.
I agree, but
Candle can spread fire.
yes. Again, the wax you can use to seal letters. The wax, like
You can buy what you can buy sealing wax.
you can buy sealing wax, but you don't need to when you have a candle.
You can also stick it in your ears to avoid the sounds of sirens. And then when the leader of your crew is a stubborn idiot who requests to be tied to the mast so that he can listen to them,
Yep.
You just continue sailing the ship.
It's true.
Was that me?
No.
No, dude. It's
That's-
fucking. It's from the Odyssey, dude.
Yeah, it's the Odyssey.
Oh.
Actually, it may be from the Iliad, but
Oh, I
Odyssey.
thought you were talking about Sea of Thieves. I'm like, wait a minute, when did I do that? I
Yeah,
don't remember doing that.
no.
a fire quickly. And then you can buy a crowbar,
Yes.
which is it's a goddamn crowbar.
Mhm.
Go buy a crowbar.
Yep.
Or you can buy a
Do it.
hammer, which is a pressure tool. You can hit people with it.
Mhm.
It's a precision pick, and you can hit people with it. Or you can buy pythons. These things are pretty weird if you don't know what they are. They're kind of like little daggers that you stab into mountains when you're climbing. And they're
Or
used for
people.
climbing both mountains and buildings. You can use them to avoid fall damage as it catches you after you fall for 10 feet. Or as a discreet weapon. It doesn't look like you're going to stab someone with it until they see the fire in your eyes. Then you have rations. Your DM probably forgot to ask you to buy these, and you probably didn't care about
No,
them
I
because
didn't.
someone in your party's a fucking hermit or
Yeah.
a traveler or whatever, and they can just feed you. But still, this stuff is awesome. First of all, jerky's delicious. Go buy jerky. If you live in America, it is $700 for a reason. It's
Yep.
amazing.
Yeah,
Secondly,
that's
it can help with coaxing wild animals. Dried fruits are just also friggin' tasty. And hardtack is dry, salty-ass bread, and that also has nuts. This stuff keeps you not dead. Then you have
I do appreciate when people remember rations, like when my players are like, "Oh fuck, right, we have rations and shit."
Yeah.
Though in fucking 5e, if anybody's an Outlander, man oh man, they just feed you forever
Yep.
when you're traveling and shit. Woo! Who needs food?
Yeah, right. It sucks because my
a tinder
fucking
box.
characters are usually Outlanders just because of the fucking. That's just what makes sense.
Yeah, well, it's
And I feel bad about taking it like every time. It's like, I'm not
Yeah.
trying to be a fucking breadbasket here.
He says as he distributes food.
It's just like,
Like,
stop
here you go."
eating, you fucks.
Oh,
Just fucking
oh,
flower
no.
girling food at
Yeah.
people.
Yeah.
overfilling a plate and like handing it out. Oh no!
God damn it. I hate doing this. Here you go. Oh, you want some extra eggs with that?
Yeah, I was like,
All I have are these 5 loaves and 2 fish.
And all these bitches.
oh my god, it's almost like these deer just walked up to me so I could kill them.
He put his head on the chopping block, guys.
What the fuck, man?
What am I to do? As he's like turning the spit.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh, man.
You can use it to start a dry fire as one action, or any other fire within a minute. You can use it to burn down farms, bandit camps, open fields teeming with young life, or with oil, the shit that I mentioned earlier. That stuff is amazing. Go buy all of it. Everyone, buy oil. Then you have a water skin. Fun fact about water skins, it's literally an animal bladder.
Yep.
Enjoy that knowledge. They're good for holding most liquids and might be less, I guess, puncturable in place of potions and stuff. Maybe not. But they're also good floaties if you have a halfling in your party that just can't swim. You can also...
Actually, fun fact I remember as well, a different one-shot thing that I did was they were just doing shit, and then one of my characters was like, "Alright, you know what I'm gonna do?" And I remember this because I made note of it.
Okay.
He was like, "So, we're in the bar, right?" And I'm like, yeah, you are. And he's like, "Alright, I'm gonna fill my water skin up with wine, and my wine skin up with water." And I was like, "Okay, sure."
Okay.
You better believe that down the road, when there was a fire and he wanted to put that fire out with his water skin, you better believe I remembered. Excuse me, you actually filled that up with wine. And so he did, and he was like, "Oh, fuck." And I was like, "And so."
Why would you do that? What was
You're
the
a
point?
son of a bitch.
He said that specifically, so I was like, I'm gonna fucking remember that then. If that's
But
what you're
why?
gonna do.
Do you know why?
know. It was just being weird. And I was like, okay.
I believe it does actually go back to if you keep storing the same liquid in a wine skin, in a water skin or a wine skin, after a while it'll start to degrade.
That was not
so
his
by
reason.
swap. Oh, okay, never mind.
It was legitimately like, he was like, I'm just gonna do this. And I was like, okay.
Okay.
I was just like, cool. And it just, I was like, he's gonna remember that, oh.
It's like,
no.
no, he didn't. Like,
Because
oh,
he was
I
like,
did.
man, I have a water skin, don't worry. I was like, yeah, you do.
Actually,
man.
my B, that's totally wrong. I was thinking of an old-timey parable from the Bible where it says no one puts new wine into old wineskins.
Oh,
The reason for those being old wineskins are kind of stretched out, and as the wine continues to ferment, it'll stretch it further and cause the wineskin to like burst.
I see.
Oh, okay.
You put new wine into new wineskins.
Gotcha.
Purchase a lock. It comes with a key, and if you put the lock on something, you can't get it without the key. Or thieves' tools.
Or acid.
Then you have block and tackle. I didn't want to do math for this thing, but it's literally a pulley system that helps you carry 4 times your normal lifting weight.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure if you're a Goliath or a half-orc, you could probably carry an entire boat up a mountain.
Okay, good.
If you really wanted to flex on your party members, go buy this shit. And then you have component pouches.
Because he said that wrong at first.
What? Block and
He
tackle?
said it allows you to carry 5 times your lifting weight. And that's not what a block and tackle is. It lets you lift things, not carry.
Very different.
Yes.
Aren't just a little bag with every little thing you could possibly use. It's literally Batman's belt for wizards. It's amazing if you wanted to dump it out and then put different types of trail mix or berries in each one, and then dole them out like you're a wizard.
Fuck yeah.
You could do that. I always enjoy using component pouches because of the flavor of pulling out that random shit that everybody's like, what the fuck are you doing? And then you do magic with it. Because like legitimately one of my characters that I was playing was a warlock, and I was like, you know what, this guy's gonna have a component pouch, and he was shit. He was not a great warlock because I didn't. He was great.
He was a Kalungo.
No, he wasn't that bad, but he was almost
good.
as bad. I think he had like +1s across the board basically. So it wasn't great, but it wasn't bad. But he couldn't land any spells. He couldn't land any goddamn spells, and every time he would pull out a tick to cast Infestation, everybody was like, what the fuck are you doing? And he would just flick the tick at them and nothing would happen. And then he would pull out a piece of twig that's been hit by lightning, and he'd wave it at some...
Underwave.
For Witch Bolt. Yeah, that's what's required.
That's fucking cool fucking thing.
Yeah, so he pulled that out and he'd wave it at somebody and nothing would happen as the thing would go out and it would just go pew. And he's just like, ha! So it made it even better because everybody was like, he's just really bad at what he does. And then when he did do stuff and they weren't looking at him, they were just assuming that it was someone else and they were like, yeah, good job. And he was like, fuck.
There was there's a moment actually in Critical Role campaign 2 wherein Caleb, the party pyromancer, draws like a line. He takes a bundle of like phosphorus in his hand, and he like uses the edge of his other hand to like form a line with it and pull it back, and that's how he casts Wall of Fire.
Oh, I remember that.
And I'm like,
I
yo,
remember
that's so cool. Yeah, on the pirate ship.
On the pirate ship, yeah. That was fucking great.
Yeah, it's one of my favorite Caleb moments.
Yeah, oh yeah, super good. It was powerful.
Yeah. Oh fuck yeah, it's Wall of Fire, dude.
Yeah, well, no, it's that plus like the tension in the moment was.
Like the moment was powerful.
Yeah, things are going south, and like take a bit of phosphorus, draw a line.
So cool.
Yeah.
Or you have a healer's kit, which is if you don't have a cleric, you can cast Spare the Dying over a really long amount of time, but it's better than nothing.
Yeah.
You've also got Holy Water, which is good for fiends or undead. That's it.
Okay, so wait a minute. You have a problem with antitoxin, but you don't have a problem with holy water, which is basically the exact same thing, except
just for 2.
It's antitoxin. He described it as being only for spiders and snakes, and this is only for fiends and undead.
Boo, didn't earlier in the podcast you literally say how you were disappointed because everyone always uses necromancers and undead?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
But he's going back on his war. He's using his fucking...
To be fair,
it's true, I know.
Well, no. To be fair, the thing itself, he didn't tell everything about it.
Yeah.
You splash the contents of this flask onto a creature within 5 feet of you, or throw it up to 20 feet, shattering it on impact. In either case, make a ranged attack against a target creature, treating the holy water as an improvised weapon. If the target is a fiend or undead, it takes 2d6 radiant damage. Now, a cleric or paladin may create the holy water by performing a special ritual. The ritual takes 1 hour to perform, uses 25 gold's worth of powdered silver, and requires the caster to expend a first level spell slot, which I didn't know. But
I didn't know that.
I will say that he did say that the poison was also, the acid vial was also not as good. How much is holy water? Let me see. Holy water for a flask is 25 gold, so it's less cost. And you can create it very easily as long as you have the powdered silver. So, and it's only specifically for those 2 types of creatures. Yeah, I think you should have more of a problem with this, honestly.
Yeah. Because undead are more common, but it's still an item that is... It's still only useful against 2 things.
As written, yes.
And he keeps going by as written.
Seems to be.
So...
as has been pointed out by Aiden.
Yes.
Do you have any thoughts on that, Aiden?
Oh, sorry. Not particularly.
Okay.
I
mean, if I'm in the minority, I'll accept being in the minority, but man...
No, I think he should have more of a problem with it if he's also going to have a problem with the vials of poison and Alchemist Fire, especially Alchemist Fire.
Yeah.
Yeah, fucking Alchemist Fire is good, man.
Especially Alchemist Fire.
I
But
always try to have an Alchemist Fire.
if he's going to have a problem with that, then he should have a problem with the holy water.
Yeah, because it's the same thing. It's just radiant damage, and it's only against 2 enemy types.
2 enemy types, yeah. So
the only other thing that I can think to use it for would be in a campaign where there's like possessions and shit going on.
Yeah,
and that's uncommon.
Yeah,
I've never heard of a campaign where people are like getting possessed, and you actually have to like find the people getting possessed and like exorcise them. That'd be a cool campaign.
Yeah, be neat.
But again, like.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever played in a campaign that involved possessions either.
Yeah.
And so the other thing I want to say is that I don't think that this is hypocritical for Boo to even have issue with either. With the fact that it is for undead, basically. Because yes, it is. Yeah. There is a problem with undead being very common, but I feel like this is still a niche for that problem as well.
Yeah. Because it's an item that has an effect that's only useful against 2 things. And he has a problem with the other item that only has an effect against 2 things.
I would say, however, that there are more undead than there are spiders and
like poisonous animals and stuff.
Yeah.
It's true.
There's wights, there's vampires, there's ghouls. There's fucking shadows. There's skeletons.
Yeah, I agree with that, but I also think I'll pull the poison and the Alchemist Fire again, and say that those can be used against anything, whereas the Holy Water can't.
Yeah, no, I absolutely Alchemist Fire is way more useful than Holy Water.
Yeah.
But I would place Holy Water at more useful than antitoxin.
Yeah. Oh no, absolutely. I don't think any of us disagree on that.
Yeah.
I'm just saying we're just pointing out the inconsistency with his ruling of what's useful and what's not.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yes. Yeah. No, it is.
It's a little
not
suspect
optimal.
there.
Yeah.
So. Why can't I start the video?
I'll try.
Be fresh.
Do you remember when you...
There's not many of those.
It's back at... Oh, there we go.
Vicious halflings or eldritch horrors who happen to use legs. I like to tie it to myself instead of a tree and just huck the trap at people. 10% of the time it works, 100% of the time. Then there's a magnifying glass. It's good for looking at tiny things or starting fires. I mean, it takes 5 minutes, but...
lenses,
wait, why does this cost half as much as an elephant? You can also...
I mean...
Yeah, again,
It costs a lot because of
because it's technology.
The setting.
the setting,
Yeah.
and also it takes a lot to actually make it so it works that way.
Yeah,
So-
because I don't know about you. I don't know how to make a fucking magnifying lens.
Dude,
Yeah, no,
for a while, people that could make things like glasses and people that could afford to buy them were like high
Rich.
society,
Yeah.
because good god, lens work requires like very specific tools, a very steady hand,
Mhm.
knowledge of math and refractive indices.
Yeah,
Or is it indices? Plural of index.
it would
is
be
not-
indices. Yeah,
Yeah, I think
Yeah.
so. I think you're good. There's a reason why my wizards have glasses. Hey.
Yeah, plural of index.
You don't even have to
Perfect.
roll or anything, it just happens. Then you have the option of buying a portable RAM. This thing weighs 35 pounds. I think if you bought it, you probably know what you're going to use it with. You don't need me to tell you. Next up, you have a spell book. I feel like I don't need to tell you guys what this is, because I just did. But a fun fact, the pages in spellbooks are actually made of vellum, the skin of baby cows. You monster.
Or humans, but you
or
know,
humans. Yeah,
Yeah, vellum.
Yeah.
can
if you're
be-
more badass.
more metal.
you used to.
Also,
I was gonna say you used to be able to buy books made out of the skin of like dead relatives,
Mm.
and it was a family memento.
Yep.
Like
Weird.
this right here is Grandma Ethel. She was a bitch, so we made her into a thesaurus.
Mm.
Now she's a
Now
grammar
she's-
Nazi like she's always wanted to be.
Yeah, and now she's significantly more useful than she was in life.
I don't know why you can buy it, but under this list of items, there's a merchant scale. It's a scale that includes a small balance, some pans, and suitable assortment of weights up to 2 pounds. With it, you can measure the exact weight of small objects, such as raw precious metals, or trade goods to help determine their worth. Why would you buy this?
The weight's
Gee,
so
last
useful.
comment.
Yeah,
So-
gee, I don't know. Maybe if you are a merchant.
Yeah, if
And
you
you
want to
actually
have
want to-
more like commerce-heavy campaign,
Yep.
Yeah,
to deal with people and weighted scales trying to screw you the fuck over,
yeah.
Like
and then you pull out your like big dicked golden merchant scale and be like,
And you get your fucking monocle on, and then you look through the monocle, and then through your magnifying glass,
Yeah.
and it's like, this is not 100% pure. Well, I can give you about 2 copper.
um
And if you don't want it, then you can fuck off. I have
Why
better
is-
customers waiting in the city.
why is this later on in the part where it's supposed to be the better stuff?
I don't know.
Why is he laughing about
Kind of
this?
just goes back. I hate that shit.
Why is he
I
laughing
hate it
about
when
this?
someone describes something in the book and laughs about it. Fuck you. I'm sorry.
it's
That
just-
I mean,
triggers
we
me.
laugh about True Strike.
Yeah, well,
I
mean,
know. But man,
to be fair, like I understand like if it's funny to laugh at it, but like man, I don't understand what you're doing here.
yeah, it's not.
What's the
I don't know. That just pisses me off. I think I got that from Cody laughing at the fucking game designers.
Yeah,
and
when
I get that-
he was
I get
laughing
that
in that,
same.
yeah, I get that.
Yeah, I get
that.
that same feeling when anybody does it. I'm like, just.
It's
Oof.
somewhat, yeah. It's
I've
It's
unfortunately
so
ruined.
callous.
I've ruined laughter for you. Yes, yes.
Well, no, just in this context,
just yeah.
it can
in
be
D&D
pretty
context.
disrespectful.
it
yeah.
is, and
Yeah.
I'm like, just eat me.
But yeah, I don't know.
Oh no. And just because I snagged you with some clickbait, I can't let you go without my actual answer.
Oh,
I hate sovereign glue.
Oh my
I
god.
can't do anything, and I'll wage war in the comments until we find more than one good thing to use with fucking glue.
Okay, sovereign glue. Let me read what it
never-
says.
yeah.
Oh,
Sticks
no.
things together.
Yep.
It's-
Let me just read what it says.
Could have sworn it was in the
Sovereign-
DMG.
Sovereign glue. Where the fuck? Well, sovereign glue is not in the player's handbook.
Let's
Yeah. I could have sworn I picked it up in the DMG.
5e sovereign glue. Here we go. Sovereign glue. It's a magic item.
What?
It's a legendary magic item.
Mm-hmm.
Then why?
Page 200 of the Dungeon Master's Guide.
What
On
the
the
fuck?
TMG. Okay. It's also in the basics rules on page 200.
Holy shit!
So, bond any two objects. It must be stored in a jar or flask and has been coated inside with an oil of slipperiness. When found, container contains 1d6 plus 1 ounces. 1 ounce of the glue can cover a 1 foot square surface. The glue takes 1 minute to set. Once it has done so, the bond it creates can be broken only by the application of universal solvent, oil of etherealness, or with a wish spell. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, what do you mean?
What the fuck?
To be
Okay,
fair,
I'm sorry.
To be fair,
Uh-huh.
I'm not a big fan of Sovereign Glue.
Like, what? Okay, so...
Okay, here's the thing, though.
Aside from, like, repairs.
Here's my thing, though.
Okay.
You get a bunch of this shit, and you glue the dragon to the ground.
So, it takes a minute, first off, right? It takes a minute to set, so you need to have a minute of it.
Then just do it while it's asleep.
Well, no, because it'll notice you before that. So Sovereign Glue, first off, is legendary, so it's hard to find. If you find it,
Yes.
then you have the ability to make the most impenetrable fortress you can even choose. In the sense of, like, if you want to make a wall, you can put 2 parts of that wall together, and then that thing cannot be broken. It just can't. You can't break this bond. So if you want to make,
without fucking wish.
Well, yeah, without.
Right, well, it's good for a cornerstone, but
okay, so let me think here then.
There's a lot of square fucking footage in building a fortress, my guy.
Yeah,
more than
okay,
1d6 plus 1.
So not
square
fortress.
feet.
Excuse me, I apologize. Fortress is too grand. Let me think then.
The 5 Mile Fortress.
the 5 mile castle. You can't make with Sovereign Glue. So I'm just thinking, I'm not thinking of specifics, but I'm thinking the application of being able to glue 2 things together to not ever have them come apart is something that I feel like is much better than can be given credit for.
Yeah, no, like, because you can't really come up with something on the fly, but when there's something, if you have this and something comes up where something needs to be glued together, oh boy, you got that fucking Sovereign Glue, and that shit ain't coming apart.
Like, I could say, if you wanted to make it so that you glued a door shut forever.
Yeah.
Or fucking ever.
Yeah.
You could do that. They would resort to them having to break it, right, in order for them to actually get through the door.
Like, if it's some fucking enormous, or not enormous, like some
even if
seal that's like keeping some big fucking evil bastard behind there, you Sovereign Glue that shit.
Even if
campaign over.
It doesn't matter what it is, as long as it is bound to something. 2 objects, any 2 objects. So you could bind a ship to a dock.
Yeah.
It would never be able to leave. Unless you broke the dock, and then the ship is unbalanced. Oh, no.
And then the ship won't function anymore.
Break the dock an inch away from the glue.
No.
Well, okay. You could try to do that, yeah, I suppose.
Yeah. But again,
it depends on the precision of the person that can break the thing as well.
Yeah.
I feel like
it's really... This is an item that is entirely governed by the player's creativity.
Yes.
And,
I would say so,
and
yes.
critical thinking. Because an unbreakable bond between 2 objects can be very, very important. It can be really, really game-changing. But fuck me if I could think of something off the top of my head. It really has to be something in the moment.
I will do a quick Google search. Good uses for Sovereign Glue.
This also depends on how much realism you want in the game, because I can think of things kind of being stuck together, but then having to break because they can't maintain that.
Oh!
I wonder.
Oh, impregnate sheets of flat fabric to
Yep.
make a nigh indestructible fiberglass-like material.
Throw a vial of sovereign
Ooh.
glue into the mouth of the Tarask.
Mm.
Make a rope out of this infinitely strong material and use it to make a space elevator.
Yeah, like
Glue anything to an immovable rod and then make anything immovable.
That's true. Yeah, because you can't break the immovable rod.
One of my favorites has always been fouling a catapult or a war machine.
Yeah.
So if you're like deep behind enemy lines and you need to like destroy the big fuck off war machine that's coming to like destroy the 5 mile castle your friends are sitting in, surely if you pour some sovereign glue somewhere in there, you can fuck
Yeah.
things up hard.
And then
fuck
you
it
know
up.
the other thing you could do with this. Say your character gets like gored and its innards are like spilling out.
Oh yeah.
Stabilize, shove that shit back in there, and glue yourself shut. You could do it. It wouldn't be the best, but it would work, kinda.
I mean, I do know some crazy fuckers that will cut themselves badly and they'll crazy glue their skin back together.
Yeah.
And I'm like,
That's why surgical glue is a thing.
Also true.
Yeah.
Also true.
Hell, you know what you could do? You could fucking say this is a potentially a more common occurrence. Say you lose a limb. Glue that shit back on. It's not going to work, but you can at least have it. And wait, why the hell would you do that then? Never mind. I'm stupid.
Yeah.
I was going to be like, you back on and then have it healed, but then I'd be like, why would you glue it back on? Just carry it with you, and then
find two characters that are sleeping together, glue them together.
So again,
oh my god, this right here, this is it. Glue coins to the street and laugh as passerby try to pick them up.
And then marvel in awe as like a random person comes by and picks it up.
Yeah,
with a
Yeah.
shovel, just kind of digs under it.
Dude, he casually uses a wish spell.
Oh, casual wish. Oh, I wish I could pick that up and just
and you know
picks
what
it up.
You know what else you could do with this? You could use it as a trap.
Yeah.
Imagine that. Imagine you had like a bunch of vials of super glue in like, I don't know, like a bucket or something, or like a trapdoor, and then someone like hits a pressure plate.
So
yeah, but it needs to set for a minute though.
It has.
Oh, I know, but what I'm saying is, if you
you mean just the vials themselves, and they can go in and then they break, right?
Yes, they break and the glue like shatters, like the thing shattered and the glue like gets splattered all over them, and then they get glued to themselves.
You could always coat your mouth with it and eat really spicy chili like Homer Simpson.
Oh, jeez.
Okay, so so this is honestly really useful. I feel like it could have a number of very useful applications. This just comes down to what's like, Aiden, you said you're not a fan of it, yeah?
Yeah.
And so that seems, is that more just like a subjective thing, or?
Yeah, it's just because I'm not creative enough and I've not put in enough thought to have any like brain babies that I'm in love with about it.
So,
and then the second that I come up with a sick ass brain baby, I'm gonna be like, yeah, dude, sovereign glue is my favorite item.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah. So like again, like I can understand it being subjectively not your favorite. Yeah. But I don't think you can say that this is the most useless item.
Oh, yeah, no, like
I don't think that's a thing that can be said.
Dungeons and Dragons, back when we first started playing Alejo, one of the things I learned was playing with people who are very smart and tackle every problem like it's a physics problem, is that D&D is the home of funky physics.
Yes.
And being able to attach two objects without exception,
yes,
is gonna have like some weird like perpetual motion machine like ramifications.
Yeah. It can be fucking catastrophic.
Yeah.
So like
They
Yeah.
glue the Necronomicon shut.
Oh,
Yeah.
the Book of Vile Darkness shall never be opened again, dude.
Yeah.
Ooh, I like that. That's interesting.
Unless they wish it open.
Yeah, but fuck it.
Yeah.
I'm keeping that shit with me, and no one can ever open it unless they go through me.
Yeah.
And then they have to sacrifice a wish spell and maybe die. I don't know. Or sorry,
Oh, you know
or
what-
maybe lose the ability to wish ever again. You know?
Aiden, here's what it is. Here's what you do. You take that fucking Necronomicon, you put a glyph of warding on every single page, then glue that shit shut. If they open it, boom.
Though, to be fair, I have seen a 4th level barbarian survive a quiver of glyph of warding arrows explode.
Oh wow.
Cool.
Yeah, he took 230 damage.
That's a lot of damage.
It's great.
Yeah.
Okay, I did have
I just want to make sure that this is the end. 'cause
Yeah.
we're
one
basically-
actual good idea when we were playing a while ago. It's where you get a top hat, and you also have to have a bag of holding, and then a portable hole.
Oh yeah,
Now, you put
this.
sovereign glue on the portable hole first.
The phylactery.
You wrap your phylactery inside of that hole and stick it to the top of the hat. And then you coat the outside of the bag of holding with more glue, and you stick that thing inside the hat too. Boom, you're an immortal lich who spawns within 10 feet of your hat no matter what.
Unless the hat's
So
destroyed.
thanks.
Well, unless the portable hole opens up and swallows the bag of holding and then causes an explosion of catastrophic proportions, because you can't have two interdimensional spaces inside of each other. Otherwise, you cause a big explosion that does like 200 D10 force damage.
Opens up a
Yeah,
portal
because
to the
one
ethereal
dimension
realm.
fucking collapses. And
Within 10 feet.
Yeah, so
And then your phylactery, due to the force and nature of the explosion, your phylactery is probably also fucked. And if it's not, it's still in a fucking pocket dimension that can't fucking escape from it.
so like
Have fun.
so like you could try.
Yeah, it's not gonna work.
Go for it. I feel like it's something that's a gamble.
That being said, if you're high enough level, where you could create a phylactery, chances are you have plane walk, and if you have that, then you can probably like do some searching for your phylactery and like
Yeah.
divine the portion of your soul.
Yeah, I feel like there are better ways to do it than that, honestly. So I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's the most useless items in D&D from Runesmith.
Yeah.
Looking back on it, it's not my favorite.
Yeah.
It's certainly not the worst thing I've ever seen.
Oh no,
but-
certainly not. But
But
there's
I
a
feel like
lot of,
there should have been maybe 2-3 more drafts just to
yeah.
iron out the kinks there a little bit.
Do you guys think you could apply enough glue where like it sort of dries on exposure to the air,
Mhm.
and then just have like a sheet of glue?
Yeah, I can do that.
Oh,
Yeah, because
yeah.
Because what I would do is I would just like lacquer my phylactery within sovereign glue,
Mm.
like add like 3 or 4 coats of that shit,
Yeah, you
and
can do that.
then throw that in a bag of holding, lacquer the bag of holding, and then just like throw it in the elemental plane of water and just like let it sink forever.
Yeah,
Hmm.
and then you just fucking cast gate and leave.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
no, I
yeah,
feel like
you
that
can
would
do that.
work. Yeah. 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 Okay. Well, that was that. I really, I don't know. I'm not a big fan of that video, honestly.
Yeah,
They can't all be homers.
No,
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
absolutely not. He has. I mean, he at
he
least
has lots
acknowledges.
of yeah. Like that's the thing. Even though I suggested this, and I really hate a lot of this video
Mhm,
where he's talking about the items that suck,
mhm.
I actively still use his tip on character writing.
Oh yeah, no, it doesn't.
still
it doesn't
use it.
invalidate anything.
Yeah,
obviously.
exactly. So like he is not. I am not in any way saying that Runesmith is bad. It's just that this video is definitely not the best.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not a big fan of that. But
Yeah.
Other than that, I think that's everything we've got today, boys. So,
Yep.
Final thoughts. We thinking
What was the first thing that we started with? True Strike.
the cantrips, the Eldritch
Yeah.
Blast, and True Strike.
Yeah. Eldritch Strike is pretty good, and True Blast
Mhm.
is pretty bad.
I agree.
And think about how you use items. Don't just read the player's handbook and be like, "Oh, that's all it does."
Yeah.
I would say definitely True Strike could definitely use a rework.
Mhm.
I don't think you necessarily need to go to the lengths where it becomes a whole different spell.
Yeah.
But yeah, definitely could use a rework. And I think just cantrips in general could use a bit more love. Because so many people just love using them, or at least I do. I can't speak for everyone, but the idea of being able to use magic without being limited in my use of my magic is very appealing to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I would definitely love to see some more customizability and more character unique spells being used. Read your player's handbook, and every spell and item in D&D is only as useful or useless as you make it.
Yeah, honestly, echoing that kind of stuff. Read your player's handbook, obviously. Definitely think about everything. Let's just have thoughts. Don't just follow what everything says, because yes, there are rules as written, absolutely. And you can obviously talk to your DM about rules as written, and then suggest different things to do with those rules. And if they're okay with it, they have to be okay with it, obviously. But as long as they're okay with it, then you can change them, right? To make it more fitting. And I mean, I know D&D is about escapism, right? It's about living a different life in a different world, having a fantasy little adventure with your friends. But there is, I would say there is room for realism in there in order to make it so that you can have fun. And if you don't want any realism, hey, that's cool. Do your thing, you know? Every table's different. Just do whatever your party wants to do. And have a good time, basically. And remember, we are the TableTalk Discussion and Discourse podcast group. Hey, how's it going? Thank you for listening.
Hello.
Really
Welcome
appreciate
to
it.
the Table Talk Discussion Discourse.
Yeah.
Tonight we're gonna
It's
starting over.
But you can find us
I, as always, am your secondary host.
You can find
Presented
us
to you by Raycon.
Oh god.
And Raid Shadow Legends.
Raid
Con Shadow Pods.
And Honey.
Yeah,
and Skillshare.
Literally everything we're presented by
NordVPN.
Yep.
Arkanites.
I die every time. Like So, thank you for listening. You can find us on our YouTube channel, Table Talk Discussion and Discourse, first on Fridays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time every week. And then later on all major podcasting services at 12 p.m. Eastern Standard Time on Mondays, the following Monday from the Friday. It will be posted. And then you can follow our Twitter at TableTalk D&D, danded, if you will. You can leave us a neat little comment or review or anything, and we'll see it, and I will force it down these two people's throats until they acknowledge it, because it's cool. And you can also do a voice message through Anchor if you want to, for us to respond to. Don't know how long you can do that and like the specific ramifications of it, but I will look for them whenever I am making stuff. And other than that, yeah, I think that's everything. So, don't forget, we're also doing a D&D campaign that is being posted on Wednesdays at 4 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, Devils and Dice.
Yeah, it's really cool. You guys should check it out.
You really should. We're going to be doing session 4 in 2 days. So, yeah, gonna be cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, other than that, that's everything. So, thanks.
Yeah.
Bye-bye.
Get out of
Bye
here.
now.
Bye.
Bye. See you later. Bye-bye.
I'm just making these sounds.